Almighty, and we pray that you blessed be that way started. this very, very Hi, good morning. Happy Saturday.
Has brought you Almighty on all sides. We of us, if we may, right hand and go with this stupid, and take your left hand, praise be, and this, so that we, learned and joyful human beings, walk into the promised land free of the dum dums. Amen. And thank you very day. Friends, you joining us here today. I have a warning for you. Hallelujah to you as well. Hallelujah to the church. If I could, friends, neighbors, countrymen, lend me your rears, because upon it we shall lay the spankings of intelligence upon those that may believe an endless pile of dipshittery on this the Good Friday, which is only good for the people, I suppose, that benefited from Easter in the long run, whereas the Lord himself, I gotta say, Lord Jesus, we know that of all the Fridays that happen, and that includes the sequels, that this particular Friday is the last Friday you would call good. It was actually painful Friday. It was probably the longest Friday of your relatively short earthly existence. It was a pain in the hands, if I do say so my damn self. And as our great preacher and man of God, the late brother Sam Kinison said, Jesus will probably come back when he can't. He's the only because he's only the only Messiah that can use his hand as a whistle. And Lord, we hope that your whistle rains down upon us and tells us when to stop when traffic is coming. We appreciate you, Lord, if you use your whistle hands to annoy Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's in New York City. And amen. I'll get another amen. All right. Hi, everybody. I don't, I was on so many fronts. Oh, the stupid. Oh, the stupid. Lord, the stupid that we are dealing with today. Let me tell you what. And CSL, I don't know if we have the Bobert interview. Like I think it was in there somewhere, and I was digging for it, and I think we've just had a storm of dumb, and it's like buried under an avalanche of dumb. It's in there somewhere. I know it's in the, you know, if there's a way to bring it to the front so I can dig it up or something, I will keep scrolling. But again, largely that's because of just the absolute boink. Nope. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that, sir. Um, it made I scrolled up in the thing, and then as soon as you wrote something down, it auto scrolled to the bottom so I could see the most, like, the latest post. And I was like, dear God, my Discord is possessed. The Lord has spoken in his own way through his beloved emissary CSL. Thank you, sir. So, where do we start? Let's start among friends today, shall we? Shall we do that? And I say friends obviously in air quotes because you guys know that there are a couple of areas where the hashtag faux come out in force, and we've dealt with the majority, the most egregious cases of it. But there are a couple of lurkers, people in the background that sell this idea that they are somehow progressive or liberal or something, and they're better at it than some others, right? There's some people who are just like Dorn Brand at this point are just fucking terrible at it and aren't even trying. They're phoning in their faux-aggressiveness, and it's pathetic. I wish they'd try a little harder so it'd make my job a little more interesting when we have to deal with them. But right now, it's just so ham-fisted and dumb that you're like, all right, asshole, you're just being gross. And then there are some of those folks that are, as we've discussed before, every hook needs a worm. Otherwise, you wouldn't bite down on it. And many of us will remember a dear lady named Crystal Ball, who's been around for a long time, who did a weird sort of, I think, Bernie Bro related to the Democratic Party. She had her breaking point when that happened, it seems, and kind of had that chip on her shoulder. And then she and Sagar moved to the Hill for a while, I think, and then the show was on the Hill, not the actual Hill, the Hill's website, whatnot. And then they got booted and went off on their own, and they basically just took the entire structure of the show with them. But and it may have been that the Hill just did their own kind of private, separate from the brand thing, and this was all just for show, but who gives a shit? The point is, it's breaking points with Crystal and Sagar, and they're on the other sides. I don't know why that is. Crystal and Sagar, and Crystal's over here and Sagar's over there, so it's very zigzag. The whole thing's a mess. I don't understand, but I appreciate that they're doing their show from a laptop repair shop or a I don't know, a bookstore that only sells one copy of something at a time. It's an interesting set. It's the breakup of the brick, the oversized bricks, which makes them look really tiny. I don't know what's happening. I honestly don't. I don't know what the fuck that is. But so Sagar and Crystal Ball are on this, and they stepped on a minefield of one of my areas of expertise, and it just, when I see these things, and I'm like, come back. Yeah. Petrodollar collapsing with new China deals. Okay, now, there are two reasons why this is stupid. Well, there's 10, but the other two. One of the reasons it's stupid, and how you know it's stupid, is because it is exactly the same story that Glenn Beck is telling. That's how you're in dumb territory and you've taken the bait. But in this particular instance, and I appreciate, by the way, the organization of the show. It's fabulous. They've got this little thing across the bottom of the screen. I don't know if you can see this. Very fancy. Trump, China, Nord Stream, 2024, media, Crystal, Sagar, Frank, La La Land. And I can't read it because it's under icons. And I don't care. And so I guess they both get their piece. in this particular part, maybe ladies first, and that's why she's first in the sign. And but I don't know why they're left to right. Forget it. Anyways, Nord Stream. I'm sure. Fuck, man. I'm gonna have to look up this Nord Stream clip too, because they're also big. America did this. Like, no amount of evidence is going to change their mind. It seems it's unless they finally bit the bullet on this last segment. But whatever. The point I'm trying to make is this whole like the petrodollar is dying. Let me start with one thing. First of all, fuck the petrodollar, and it was never going to last forever as a theory anyways, because we're moving away from fossil fuels. Another word for the petrodollar, because it's petroleum-based fuels, would be the coal dollar or the fucking fossil fuel dollar in that regard. In which case, we want, as a country, out of that business because of how much leverage it has on your economy and how much control that gives other countries that produce more of the shit than you do, or less of the shit if they manipulate the markets, so that even if you produce enough that because it buys and you could buy it and sell it on the international markets, you don't, if everybody in the world is buying it for a way higher price because they jack the price up internally, because we don't own we haven't nationalized our oil, that price will go up, but we won't benefit from it. The cost will just keep going up and up and up. And as it becomes less valuable over time as a fuel source, the people who still use it will be more desperate to get it, and therefore it will go up in price. And if you use it less and less in your own country, it's going to be a boutique fuel over here, so gas itself will continue to rise. And the sooner we get out of the fucking gasoline business, the better. It is one thing to use petroleum-based and coal-based energy sources to run your factories, because they, if you're smelting fucking iron, it's heat intensive, it's energy intensive, and it's fucking ridiculous. And unless you want to give these places their own little thorium reactor, that's how you're going to do it. But as far as consumer shit goes, and as far as how much your house actually uses versus how much you think you need, especially as we move towards LED lighting and more efficient electronics and yada yada, we're going to need less and less of it just to have everything we want. Our lifestyles will not change, but because of the deflationary aspect of technology, we will get more of those comforts for less. And also, not just for less money, but also they will require less energy. Okay? And the sooner we get out of the fucking oil situation that the world is trapped in, the developing world especially, and then the mid-level world, the kind of countries that can't, basically you've got a Bifrenia in China, whether they don't want to be out of the developing country world into the industrialized world completely. So they either lie about the lines or manipulate the lines back and forth all the time, because ultimately the day they're out of that, they become more responsible for their reality, and that sucks. So that's a long story. We'll get to that in a minute. But overall, there will be a time, and this may surprise folks, where oil will not be, and this will be relatively soon, oil will not be the primary international energy currency. Oil, like natural gas, is already sort of eclipsing it on a lot of fronts, but both of them are going to go. The transition will take a while, and again, you're going to move from consumer vehicles to mid-level transportation trucks, and then big trucking, and then then you've got maglev trains and hydrogen airplanes, and that's 15, 20 years down the line. But that's where we're headed, and that's less than 2 fucking decades away. That's closer than the 90s. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, so ultimately, at some point, and the Saudis are already kind of onto this, you're gonna have to ditch petroleum as a primary both energy source and currency and finance choice, or you are just screwed, because the rest of the world is going to move on without you. It'll take time, and it won't be water, but that's another conversation. All right, water we will get to, and in the United States, North America, and arguably South America, we don't have a freshwater problem as long as we keep it. Europe is kind of okay too. Northern Africa and Central Africa, and arguably, I guess, most of South Africa doesn't have a problem either. Chunks of Eastern Europe and certainly Asia have a big problem, and the Middle East is fucked freshwater wise. That's where the water wars will be amongst those countries. And again, they'll be as ugly and bloody and stupid as the petroleum based. That the idea better sooner than later, we are out of the petroleum market in terms of anybody being able to manipulate our currency and our economy through the rising and lowering of petroleum outputs of any sort. That the day, the one of the greatest days, and we're basically there now, but there will be a point where it absolutely is fact, where the Saudis, like OPEC Plus or anybody else, whoever replaces or gets Russia's oil that tries to manipulate it, or anybody else, will cut production in half. And no one in the United States, Canada, and Mexico in this general area will give a fuck. It won't matter at all. It won't affect the overall price of consumer transport in the United States in any meaningful way. We will lower our dependence on it so much that the 17.2 million barrels of oil that we produce will produce enough gasoline and petroleum product that we can power those vehicles that still need it inside our country, and then Canada will do some, and Mexico will do some. And between the three of us, we won't need boats or trucks from anywhere else to ship the shit. And we could just kind of create a trade deal around our energy needs in that small area. And that's already what's happening. It was part of NAFTA originally. It's part of the USMCA. It was always a thread line through it. That's always been the goal. And the idea is that one day, no matter what the fuck, the Saudis or the Iranians or anybody does with oil or gas, it won't matter. And anybody who is looking forward to a, even a mildly sci-fi future where everything is cleaner and more electricity based, and that electricity is produced through cleaner means, is looking forward to that day. However, one of those people is not Sagar, apparently. And Doris talked about the petrodollar collapse last year, and the BRICS agreement about them creating a cryptocurrency amongst them that they'll balance off of somebody's shit. Knock yourself out. But right now, Brazil is agreeing with China to buy stuff in yuan. And that's what everybody's freaking out about. And Marco Rubio flipped out about it, I think, I want to say he was on Fox Business or whatever the shit. And he's got a real concern about this, that this is going to have an impact. It isn't. From an economic standpoint, this just means the U.S. does not have to carry as much debt to produce enough dollars to have in circulation so that fucking Brazilians can buy, can sell oil to the Chinese in U.S. dollars going through in physical means. And therefore, the Fed could arguably take in those funds that are no longer in circulation in the world, burn them up, or move them out of circulation, and it's another way to bring down inflation in the United States, along with the deflationary impact of technology. Now, let's go with it. Let's see what their take on it. This is Crystal and Sagar discuss how China is making big moves to break the dominance of the U.S. dollar on the world stage. Let's do it.
Trump indictment. The first and foremost is a massive story about
massive
the petrodollar.
Oh, the petrodollar. There is no petrodollar, by the way. The U.S. currency is used to trade all kinds of things, and there's no more a petrodollar than there is a silicon chip dollar or a real estate dollar.
And about the way that other nations outside of the West are handling relations with China, with Russia, with vis-a-vis the United States and Ukraine.
Oh, and by the way, Sagar fucking, I don't know why, but is all in on fuck Ukraine. This is also, it all goes back to why are we helping Ukraine, which is why his thinking on this is almost identical to Glenn Beck's. It's almost identical to brands. Is almost identical to Jimmy Dore. There's very little it's almost like language syntax.
There was a very interesting and noticed clip from Fox News where Senator
Oh, I see. Yes. So we're listening to Marco Rubio now on Fox News. Very interesting.
Marco Rubio actually went on Fox to decry Brazil ditching the petrodollar for future oil transactions with China and talking about the declining efficacy of U.S. sanctions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the other thing. And by the way, this is the reason why he thought it was a pickup story. It seems is because sanctions. He's against the sanctions against Russia in general.
Let's take a listen to that.
Today, Brazil, in our hemisphere, largest country in the Western Hemisphere south of us, cut a trade deal with China. They're going to, from now on, do trade in their own currencies, get right around the dollar. They're creating a secondary economy in the world, totally independent of the United States. We won't have to talk about sanctions in 5 years because there'll be so many countries transacting in currencies other than the dollar that we won't have the ability to sanction them. As we are sitting here...
Yes. For one, they will trade with each other. But if they want to trade with us, as the single largest buyer, for example, and we are not sanctioning China right now on, as far as buying energy or buying medicine or any of that kind of shit. The normal functioning of it, like military technology, chips, absolutely. But that's not what you get from Brazil. And we don't have a dog in that fight. We don't. And so if they want to trade like Chinese goods for foodstuffs or energy from Brazil without momentarily transacting it through the US dollar, you know what that means? That means there are fewer US dollars circulating in the country that provides most of the cocaine to the world. And ultimately, that gets us even more out of that situation. And wait till the bundles of fake yuan start rolling in, because you deal with the same problems we've had to deal with in those circumstances. As we retract from our, the Bretton Woods extension where we protect all shipping lanes and we operate everything and move back to just the areas we care about, that's where the responsibility for keeping it going will fall on one of two parties. In this case, the Brazilians or the Chinese. Now, the Chinese, and this is, I'm sure, going to be part of the story. This is well, we'll see the yeah, here we go. I'll see if he gets to this point. I'll give you 1 second. I want to finish his thought, and then we'll get
focused on some of these nuttiness that's going on. People that are basically dedicating their lives in this country to ensuring that it is legal to mutilate children, to do drag shows in schools. They dedicate their lives to this, and we have a...
Okay, first of all, to do drag shows in schools? Dude, get the fuck off of Twitter and read some real papers. Holy shit. Does this asshole think that, like, everybody's just given up on business altogether? That this 0.5% of our social interactions, that most people in this fucking country have never had been to a drag show as adults, much less had gone to a drag queen story hour, much less brought one to a fucking school. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Like, it happens, but not on a scale that should fucking matter. And the only reason this dickhead is digging into this is A, because it, flares up the base and can, and attracts that particular gaggle of bigots, but also because it keeps him from having to do any fucking actual work. Where's the bill? Where's the shore up the US dollar act?
Another superpower that basically wants to become the world's dominant power at our expense, and these people don't want to focus on it.
First of all, at our expense. Can I just say that everything Marco Rubio said there is ass? First of all, any country that wants to be a superpower is technically, quote unquote, at our expense because we're the only one. Much has been made of this idea that Russia can project power across the world and therefore they're a superpower. Bullshit. They can't even project power in any meaningful way a couple of 100 miles from their capital. So fuck off with this nonsense. Secondly, China doesn't have any boats that can go 500 miles offshore without having to be refueled. Further than that, every one of their ships is diesel. None of their super carriers can launch the airplanes that they actually have. They just park there. And then they drive it, they take the super carrier to an island, offload the planes, and then the planes take off from an actual landing strip, from an actual runway.
So very interesting, at least the front part of
Gotta
that
get his
criticism
culture war
to get
blowing there.
Yeah, I know.
Got to get his culture war blowing there because that's the distraction.
It's kind of funny to see the two pair together. But look, he's actually not wrong. Let's go ahead and put this up there.
Yeah, he
On the
is.
screen. China and Russia are currently looking to challenge the petrodollars. A very
Oh, dear God. They're currently looking. Are they now? Uh-huh. Are they? Are they currently looking?
very interesting write-up over from oil price. What they point.
Yeah, by the way, we go to oil price sometimes just for the oil price there. This is from Svetlana Perskova. This particular, let's look at this. Oh, let's see. Let's go to oilprice.com. Now, I don't think this is where I just called this up. Just so you know, I just called up oilprice.com. Oilprice.com. And I don't know why, but adding oil, like .com to the end of any kind of phrase makes it sound like a jingle these days. Because why would you use that? Remember when I told you about how the Middle East is trying to get out of the oil business because they can see the fucking horizon? You want to see the fucking hell? You want to see the headline that came up when the top two headlines on oilprice.com. Now, granted, they're going to be worried about this shit, so it's going to make sense why they put it up there. High oil prices are fueling the Middle East's renewable energy boom. Soaring oil prices have led to budget surpluses, bolstering diversification efforts in the MENA region, particularly in Saudi Arabia. That's right. What did I tell you? Saudi Arabia is getting out of the oil business. They're fucked. They've been cash poor for a long time. That's why they've been rounding up their rich relatives and making them pay back all the money. That's why they're investing in these tourist traps. They're basically going to become Disneyland for Muslims. They know that 1 billion Muslims eventually in their lifetime have to come to Saudi Arabia to go to Mecca and Medina, and that's what they're going to leverage for the rest of eternity. That's what they're planning, because oil ain't going to be enough. And look at the one right above it. Breaking news. South Korea pledges $5 billion in support for battery makers in the, in the U.S. Where's the battery dollar? We're not going to have, we can't have the Duracell dollar? The Dura dollar? What are we going to call that shit now? It's so aggravating. It's just so stupid. Everybody is stampeding the fuck away from petroleum because they know they have to be the first ones out the fucking door. Excuse me one second. I have to click one thing off. There you go. And this is a turn that has to happen. Bumpy as it might be for how the dollar is used or how any other currency is used. But eventually, I got news for you. Eventually, there's going to be like 4 currencies on Earth that still trade in dollars, in the same way that for a long time, like, you'd have to pay cash to buy film stock because nobody would charge it. The people that sell film stock didn't have a fucking credit card terminal anymore. All right, so here we go. This is yeah. This is the US dollar, which has been, okay, and let me look at this. Let me try and find I'm going to search out this. China and Russia. Look to. What the fuck was this? April 4th. Okay. There it is. Okay, here we go. This is the whole article from Svetlana Beroskova. Is a writer from oilprice.com with over a decade of experience writing for news outlets such as Invest and C News. The US dollar, which has been the currency of choice in oil markets since the 70s, is still the dominant currency in the market. While the Chinese currency has made inroads in global trade, the yuan accounts for just 2.7% of the market. Several deals and summits in recent weeks signaled that China and Russia are moving to try and sideline the U.S. dollar, increasing closer negotiations the U.S. dollar, blah, blah, blah. The new geopolitical alliances, China and Russia are trying to oppose a U.S.-led global order, would undermine the petrodollar. China has been looking for years to establish more trade deals in yuan and increase the relevance of the currency in the global markets and challenge the U.S. dollar's dominance in international trade, including energy trade. During a landmark visit to Saudi Arabia and Riyadh, Chinese President Xi Jinping said that China and the Arab Gulf nations should use the Shanghai Petroleum and National Gas Exchange as a platform to carry out yuan settlement of oil and gas trades. China will continue to import large quantities of crude from the GCC countries, expand imports of liquefied natural gas, strengthen cooperation in upstream oil and gas development, engineering services, storage, transportation, refining, making full use of the Shanghai Petroleum and Natural Gas. This is, by the way, Belt and Road fallback #1, just in case you know. While the Chinese currency has made inroads, the yuan accounts for just 2.7% of the market compared to the U.S. dollar's 41%. Moreover, the U.S. dollar accounted for more than 58% of the global currency reserves as of the end of 2022. 58% of the world keeps their savings in U.S. dollars. We are 4% of the world's population, compared to 2.7 share for the Chinese yuan. Let's see, from the IMF. Several deals and summits in recent weeks signaled that they're going to do this. Last month, Xi Jinping met with Putin in Moscow. Yeah, we support the Chinese yuan and payments between Russia and countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Putin was quoted as saying by Russian media, according to Putin, 2/3 of the bilateral trade between China and Russia is already being done in the two national currencies, the yuan and the ruble, respectively. Over the past year, Russia has turned to trade in the yuan in the wake of the Western sanctions, blah, blah, blah. That has nothing to do with the petrodollar in that regard. Last week, China and Brazil agreed to carry out a bilateral trade settlements in their own currencies and dump the U.S. dollar as the intermediary currency. Another move seen by China's increase in the efforts to undermine the dollar dominance. And by the way, bilateral trade settlements, does not necessarily mean that it's focused entirely on their oil. Again, this is goods for goods. This is, we'll give you foodstuffs and Chinese electronics and stuff like that, and almost a barter system version of it without having to trade that in Chinese, in the yuan at all. Brazil and China are part of the BRICS, blah, blah, blah. They've been in there also last week. China reportedly completed its first traded liquefied natural gas settled in yuan in the Shanghai Petroleum and Natural Gas Exchange. Saudis joined that last week. That's what part of this is. Again, they are sucking up countries that are currently eating shit.
To right now is that currently the yuan accounts for just 2.7% of the global oil market. However, a lot of more recent deals are signaling that the Chinese and the Russians are moving to try and sideline the dollar, not only from Brazil, as he said, which is the largest nation in all of South America, but actually during that visit.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Brazil's entire GDP, everything, not oil, not its sales or whatever, $1.6 trillion. The U.S., and because for a country that fucking big, that's kind of pitiful. We are $26 trillion, the United States economy. Again, we could take a $4 trillion hit getting out of the oil market and still be the most comfortable nation on the fucking planet.
To Riyadh, Xi Jinping in December said that the China and the Arab Gulf states are going to be trying to use Shanghai Petroleum and Natural Gas Exchange platforms to carry out yuan settlement on oil and gas trade.
Yuan. Not yonder settlements.
So a separate infrastructure is propping up through which to replace the petrodollar, specifically to try and circumvent U.S. sanctions. Right now, 58% of global currency reserves are the U.S. dollar from 2022. Only 2.7% of that, like I said, remains in the Chinese yuan. But I mean, even a 10.
By the way, anybody spot that too? Anybody spot the comparison to that number? 2.7% of global trade in oil and gas is in yuan. It's the exact same number for trade in general. It's the only thing they trade in yuan. Now, why would that be? Well, partly because they're not actually giving you yuan for it. They're giving the equivalent of the worth of yuan. That's what the Shanghai exchange part is about. You know what? We'll build a piece of infrastructure for you. We'll send our workers to do it, where they siphon fucking money out of an area and send it back to China. That's what the Africans are complaining about right now. I showed you a couple weeks ago where there are riots in Africa over this very thing. About, like, basically, if you're African and you go to China and you buy some goods and you set up a relationship with a supplier there and you bring those goods back to Africa, you have to pay shipping. If you're Chinese and you're in Africa anywhere, you don't have to pay any of the shipping charges. So you get to undercut everybody. And then the Chinese government came in because of part of their BRI thing, told everybody, we're going to build you a mall. And then they filled it with Chinese-only stores with only Chinese people working in them. And everything there is like a third less, no matter what it is, than anything sold on the street in an already impoverished country in a lot of cases. And you wonder why the people are fucking pissed. You can't start a store. They will undercut you. China is trying to be the Walmart of the American Midwest. You know, like that's what Walmart did. Remember the whole complaint about Walmart and mom and pop stores? That's what China is doing to all the buyers and sellers in Africa. And you think it's going to be different anywhere else? You think it would be nicer to Arabs? You think it's so stupid.
Percent increase in that is a massive sea change to the global reserve currency.
Yeah.
But drop even the global reserve currency.
Yeah, even if that doesn't end up happening, and and obviously if they tie, obviously these countries are notoriously authoritarian and prone to, internal strife and fighting with each other, so that, they'll just think of it as a brand new euro and it's going to go very smoothly.
And all of that rhetoric. Why does it matter? Because, let's put this up there, and this is straight from Chinese media, from the South China.
Well, then you could, absolutely.
Morning Post. I thought it was important to actually pull the perspective that they are trying to push out.
Yes. That's weird. I'm sorry. You don't realize that the other article you cited is the perspective that they are trying to push out?
There, which is that the Brazilian inroads and de-dollarization is, quote, reflecting cracks in U.S. currency settlements. Here's really what happened, and this is why I was a huge critic also of what was going on in the initial days of sanctioning.
Right.
We basically blew up the global financial trade system for a country, Russia, and for another country, Ukraine, which at the end of the day, the material fate of those two countries, especially Ukraine, has zero impact on the U.S. economy.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, again, just remember your days of being against the Iraq war as I was, or, against even the Afghanistan war as I was, and I'm glad we're out. And remember the tales, no blood for oil, right? In this particular case, never mind the fact that there is an oil and gas element and a mineral and foodstuffs element of Ukraine that, if Russia has control of it, absolutely does give them control over our largest trade partner, the EU, and our allies in NATO and all these other groups. And so that pressure that they have on Germany, they could extend to everyone else. And so what Sagar is saying here is just plainly fucking stupid. But beyond being dumb, it's ugly and cruel. Because ultimately it's like, fuck it, who cares? Russia can kill all those fucking people. It has nothing to do with the U.S. economy. So if there is blood for oil, at least that makes it worth it. Is that the idea? If it's blood for freedom or actual beliefs, what a waste of fucking time. I mean, dude, we're gonna get shorter hours at Starbucks or something.
On the U.S. way of life. I know there's gonna have a lot of Ukrainian NAFO stands in the comments, but...
And by the way, NAFO NAFO, not NATO. NAFO. NAFO is a, hold on, let me show you real quick. This is it's a, here it is. Yeah. The North American Fella Organization, which is a meme about people who give a shit about NATO. And technically, it's also the Northeastern American Fisheries Organization as well. I don't know if that matters to anybody. But this is him just denigrating NATO in general and saying, fuck NATO. So, and by the way, as a cheap aside, not a principled idea about the concerns for, that NATO was absolutely right to be concerned about Russian expansionism, especially because of what they did in Georgia, what they did in Chechnya, the control systems that they put up in Kazakhstan and Dagestan and Turkmenistan, and of course their attack on Ukraine in 2014 and their ongoing desire to push through it and claim there, and then Moldova, and then claim, like, going on television and saying we're going to nuke Berlin next. Fuck off.
But here's the deal. Whoever controls Kyiv, that doesn't affect anybody's life in Nebraska.
Jesus Christ. Honestly. Just the douchebaggery of this whole thing. It's, look, financially, is it really going to make a fucking difference to you? Freedom schmeedom. Good Lord. Well, then, at that point, why send UN peacekeepers into the Congo if there's going to be a genocide? Why do it? Is it really going to affect anybody here if, like in Rwanda, like when Rwanda happened, does it really, I mean, does the Tutsis kill the Hutus or vice versa? I mean, dude, it's not even going to make the fucking paper in Idaho, so who gives a shit? Fuck those people, right? And the idea that we, quote unquote, blew up the financial system to do it is frankly fucking goofy. How? This doesn't even work on, because these are also some of the people who believe that the military-industrial complex just wants the war in Ukraine so that they can make a dollar. Well, then, if they're making a dollar on it, why would they blow it up for no particular? Why would you think they don't have diversified investments?
However, there are a lot of other countries and potential conflicts where that is not the case. And so, one of the things that I was trying to say then is, you only get one shot at this. At showing your hand. Whenever you're the empire and you like pull the ripcord on your real, like, most financial power that you have, you better do it on something that really matters. Yes. We decided to do that on Ukraine.
And it worked. And any talk of China, like, attacking Taiwan, as much as they've been wagging their sabers around, had dwindled quite a bit.
Well, the Chinese, the second largest economy on Earth, far more powerful ever than the USSR. They saw that Beijing, they're like, okay, that's just never going to ever happen to us. And they're not fools. So what do? Immediately, they started doing yuan deals with Russia. They go to India.
Okay, first of all, don't even get me started on fucking China and India right now. Good Lord. But, of course, they're doing deals with Russia. They intend to take it over. They want half of Russia back. And they're going to get it, whether they buy it or, extend a hand and then snatch it back, or play this out until Russia collapses and then just seize it.
As well, India, then one of the largest nations outside of China, says, well, we still want cheap oil. And so they start pricing things in different currency when buying from the Russians. The Brazilians were not on board with us at all. And how many times, Crystal, have we pointed to global public opinion that says that the rest of the world does not agree with us on Ukraine? They don't.
And also, look, I don't know what the rest of the world does not agree with us. Yeah, that's why all of our NATO allies are in lock sync. It's why Finland and Sweden joined NATO as a part of this. And what he means is all the shitty countries that we have had to play footsie with for years because they have petroleum are no longer on board. And good riddance.
Don't agree with Russia either, but they definitely don't agree with the NATO-centric view of the conflict that this is.
All right. Again, they don't agree with Russia either. In this particular sense, a country has attacked another. If you either believe that country is worth defending and you will help them because you consider them an ally, or you believe that the other country, even though you don't like them, shouldn't be stopped from doing whatever the fuck they want. And a lot of these countries, by the way, aren't geographically tied to the area surrounding Ukraine the way Germany and Poland and France and all the European countries are, and Moldova and Latvia, Lithuania, and all the ones that are like ideologically tied into the same situation that Ukraine finds itself in.
Some existential threat to their interests. They don't really care either way. They're like, yeah, I'm not saying it's good, but you know, like cheap oil is nice because that's what we have to. At the end of the day, we got to care.
Sagar, that's what you're fucking saying. Cheap oil is worth more than Ukrainian lives and Russian dominance of the wheat fields of Ukraine and the gas pipelines through there for political leverage over Europe and control over grains that go to Africa. That you're like, you know what? As long as my life isn't interrupted, fuck them. That's the argument here. And all right, in the case where you're discussing someone saying, you know, in Trump's case, saying we should have kept the oil, or the belief that we should, in the Cheney world, be able to attack a country that has resources that we need to secure those resources. Is it actually the oil that you want, that the consumer, the citizen of whatever country that's attacking wants? No, you want the comfort that it brings. You want the ability for you to get relatively cheap gasoline that fuels your economy, fuels your car, gets you to work on, and makes you have to pay very little for it so that you can use your money that you have for the creature comforts of life instead of just, you know, having to go, oh shit, my entire paycheck goes into my tank, right? That's what that's about. It's not because we all want a barrel of our own oil like gold so that we can like make a fucking hat out of it and go, look how wonderful it is. Have you seen my gold pile? You know, that kind of idea around oil. We want it to use it, is the idea. And we use it to grow the economy, to provide ourselves and our progeny with more creature comforts or with their necessities, right? At the very baseline. And what Sagar is saying here is that is a worthwhile reason to attack a country. And there is no worthwhile reason to defend a country unless those resources, I guess, come back to you. Unless people in Nebraska are promised extra, I don't know, Lviv watermelons or natural gas from the fields there, or any of the number of minerals that they have. The argument is the lives of those people ain't worth it because what's in it for us?
For our own citizens. So looking at this and just seeing the colossal economic blunder that we have made, we essentially sacrificed really, I think, the only chance we ever had at being able to like financially push back on China if we.
Okay, first of all, extra stupid. If we were ever going to. Like, he's still one of these like all in. Is Sagar the last Ray Dalio fan in the fucking world?
ever wanted to, in exchange for, you know, the fate of Eastern Donbass in Ukraine, which I think is nuts. I mean, there's no balance sheet where any of this makes sense.
Yeah, human lives don't matter. Crystal, back to you.
We really warned about this
Yes.
early on, that there's a cost to, it's not just a cost to, you know, Russian society for the economic warfare that we were waging, but that there were real risks entailed here. But I think you have to go.
Holy shit. This is like people going through the receipts as people come home from D-Day and going, I mean, look how many tanks we lost. I mean, was Auschwitz really worth it? Really? I mean, most of the people that were there probably aren't going to live much longer. They're in terrible shape. And what are they going to do? Are those Jews going to come back and plow a field for somebody in Idaho? I don't think so.
Back even before that. I mean, we have tried to throw our weight around with sanctions far too many times.
No, we don't throw our weight around with fucking sanctions. We do sanctions so that we don't end up bombing someplace. We've done that because we are retreating from the world on purpose, in a positive sense, from our militaristic control of the world, or our militaristic tools, and moving to economic tools because they are less damaging than strafe bombing a fucking place. Now, Trump thought that was dumb. He thought use both as equal weapons. Can you starve some people and can you bomb some people? Who gives a fuck as long as we get ours? And apparently, it's bizarre to me, but Sagar and Crystal seem to be completely on board with that horseshit.
And even including with regard to Russia before this particular war and illegal invasion. Because
this war and illegal invasion. Well, at least it's nice of you to say that, unless... well,
because they had years after our initial sort of round of sanctions to build up barriers to insulate themselves.
So we should have had sanctions earlier, is what you're saying? Yeah, we were naive. We were too nice to them. The same way we were with China, quite frankly. And this is somebody who loves the Chinese culture and loves Chinese people and traveled there a bunch. We as a country, because of our fear of being perceived as racist en masse, were nicer to the Chinese government than we should have been. And in the case of Russia, we were trying to play a trust game with them because we thought, however naive it is, that they would eventually come around to just being kind of Europeans, just people. Just have your fucking country and do your shit. Nobody cares. Little did we know they had a deep and sort of permanent paranoia about the rest of the world that they just don't want to fucking let go of.
Right, past 2013 to insulate themselves from the economic warfare that we wage. So I'm not going to say that it has had no impact. But
well, good. Okay. All right. Because you've seen it or because you can't ignore it?
Certainly hasn't had the impact that we thought here in the West that it was going to have. And this is...
Who's we?
Reminder, with a more or less unified West with regard to China, the view...
Excuse me, unified West? What are you talking about? Didn't you just hear, Sagar? The rest of the countries don't give a shit about Ukraine. They're like, well, I don't know, maybe. Our version of Nebraska doesn't really give a fuck. I guess do your thing.
Are far less unified among, you know, our European allies and us. So we sort of showed our hand here and showed some weakness. Yeah. Because China's looking at this and going, hey, if Russia can be basically okay, we can build up some...
Yeah, they're not basically okay. China's not basically okay right now. This is so fucking stupid. Like, you see what I mean? The nihilistic, tanky ignorance, it hurts? Yes. It just, like, and it goes on like that. Like, this is, there is no variance in this shit. And by the way, it is almost identical to what we have heard from this dickhead. And again, and maybe there's some magic about a 13-minute clip. Maybe it's some sort of warfare, like, psyop thing where it's got to be if it's 13 minutes and 54 seconds, it enters the brain stem in such a way, whatever the fuck. Anyways, hi, you're watching House Sparks Mega Worldwide. I'm a little too pissed right now to ask you to subscribe, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Grumble, grumble, grumble. All right, I'll show you what I mean.
There's a lot going on with the markets and the latest job numbers.
By the way, the job numbers were pretty good. Better than people in the stock market especially were hoping for. They're like, fuck it, why can't there be a month where there's 100,000 so the fucking Fed will stop raising rates? That's what they're all clamoring for. And meanwhile, he's like, I know we keep saying every fucking month the economy's just gonna collapse, and it fucking won't. Why won't it? Why won't you just die?
I got a note from somebody I really trust last night, said, buckle up.
Because they knew you were drunk driving?
It could be right around the corner. And I'm like, dude, I've been buckled up since 2008.
So you're saying your predictions have just eaten shit for that long?
It's always just around the corner.
Right. I don't know why that's not the name of your fucking show.
Carol Roth is with us. She is the...
Oh, my God. Carol Roth. So I know Carol Roth from Twitter. I don't think I've ever met her in person, but she sent me a copy of her book to possibly blurb or review or whatever. And it's this idea that the Democrats are declaring war on the middle class and whatever. And she supposedly... Yeah, the war on small business. That's what it's called. There you go. She comes at it from supposedly an economics background, and I have to say, the more I read the book, the more it just sounded like Karen politics.
The author of The War on Small Business, former investment banker, gone good, and she has a book also coming out this summer that makes a great companion book with mine, You Will Own Nothing. In fact, I highly recommend, if you're going to, and verify, Carol, I'm not getting any profits from your book, so I'm saying this because I believe it. It makes a great companion book with mine.
Yeah, because he's hoping if you buy her book, you'll buy his piece of shit too. He's like, yeah, the Great Reset book, which is you've got boxes and boxes and boxes of them. We know they're in the same garage with Mark Levin's book.
So buy both of them.
I have to say, Glenn, if you go on Amazon and they, it's on pre-order right now. If they say the books frequently bought together, it's your book and my book.
Yeah.
Yeah, same lunatics. Yeah, we get it. Now they're not frequently bought, but when they are bought, they're frequently bought together. It's a little. The language will often, the whole frequently bought gets you all excited. And then together goes, oh, okay, when they're bought, they only buy both because I bought your book and a copy of my book and you bought my book and a copy of your book to kind of boost sales. Our friends all did that. That's how it works.
Good. Well, they belong together. They belong together. So I was just talking about something that I haven't seen anyone else talk about. And that is J.P. Morgan Chase. Jamie Dimon comes out and says, hey, we got to start seizing land for, wind farms. And it's just breathtaking.
Yes, J.P. Morgan Chase, who is in the Biden administration. Also, hold on. Jamie Dimon seize land wind farms. This is on Recharge News. Okay. J.P. Morgan Chase chief. Also, fuck you. By the way, why is that a liberal thing somehow? Why is that our fault? That's one of your dudes. The head of banking, giant J.P. Morgan Chase, has said the U.S. government may in future need to seize private land in order to end bottlenecks that are slowing the development of renewable energy projects worldwide. Said the eminent domain, the right of the state to seize and appropriate private property for public use, may need to be invoked in order to unlock wind, solar, and grid projects necessary for global transition to renewable energy and away from fossil fuels amid climate crisis. He made the comments in an open letter to shareholders published on the bank's website. Diamond said that a much great said that much greater cooperation between governments, plural, and private sector was needed to speed renewable energy development, or deployment, which, by the way, what he means is the government needs to give his investment structure more money. Right. He pointed out that while policies like U.S. Inflation Reduction Act were helpful in encouraging investment, they were not yet delivering enough new support to wean economies off fossil fuels. Massive global investment in clean energy technologies must be done and must continue to grow year over year. At the same time, permitting reforms are desperately needed to allow investment to be done in any kind of timely way. We may even need to evoke eminent domain. We simply are not getting the adequate investment fast enough for grid, solar, wind, and pipeline initiatives. Oh, and pipeline initiatives. Well, there goes the whole fucking, I guess, AOC at that moment, dummy. His comments on the need to improve streamlined permitting echoed those of wind industry giants such as Siemens Gamesa. Last year, the manufacturing major produced a white paper which said the long and unpredictable permitting process limit the viability of wind projects and transmission infrastructure, frequently choking off investment and the speedy rollout of new wind farms in the process. Then went on to evoke the Marshall Plan, the massive he argued the new version of the Marshall Plan for energy and food security should be launched by the U.S. government, but suggested oil and gas production could also play a role. Now, where's the actual fucking white paper? Okay, that's the same one, right? That's in the must-read in Wind Power News. Shoe. That's the same one. All right. I would like to see the white paper where they're not quoting him, but whatever. That's the end of it. And by the way, the idea that Jamie Dimon is saying it and saying, again, that he is actually saying, the head of JP Morgan Chase is saying we may need to use eminent domain to seize land for energy needs, which may include oil and gas and pipelines. Like, the fuck out of here. That suddenly this is, that he's taking orders from the fucking Biden administration or something.
Breathtaking.
But why? It's his opinion and it won't actually do anything. And he's on your side, dumb fuck.
How out in the open they are.
Who's they? It's the head of JP Morgan Chase. The fuck? You're not talking about it. The head of Greenpeace. Greta Thunberg didn't say this.
You aren't going to own anything.
That's not what he said. And by the way, eminent domain and lack of private ownership, you have to compensate people for eminent domain, stupid.
Yeah, it's so brazen. When you hear these things like you will own nothing or we're going to seize these things.
By the way, nice IKEA, Carol. Secondly, we don't hear these things. Some people say these things. So fucking what?
You kind of think of like, is this a conspiracy theory? Because
No, it's his idea. And he posted it as an idea, like, we need to grow our amount of this, but to get it going faster, they may have to use eminent domain for these kind of things and seize, private land. Well, if they do that, they have to compensate you. And in the compensation, it's going to be for transmission lines and that kind of stuff. And some people might fight back that. And the permitting process takes too long and blah, 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 blah. It's the same complaint that Trump had about real estate development. They all want to get rid of the permitting process. The idea that they're doing it for some sort of, nefarious green tech idea is a fucking smokescreen at best.
No way the elite and the well-connected could be advocating for the end of property rights.
It was in his quarterly report.
That's what I'm saying. It's unbelievable. They are saying the quiet part aloud. If you do the research, it is everywhere. And the challenge is it's coming from every direction. So
No, it's not. I got news for you. Donald Trump was the first president to give American territory to Mexico since the 1800s. Like, since the War of the Alamo, I think. Never was a line drawn that gave land to Mexico by the United States, except for Trump's fucking wall, where he used eminent domain for the wall to get parts of it through, and split property owned by other people with the wall, making the land on south of the wall fucking Mexico. You have no property rights or no protections on the other side of the fucking wall. even though the border is technically like a half a mile away. But the Biden administration isn't doing this, you dumbass.
Not like it's just one force that's coming at you. It's not just like it's the government or the Fed or the banking sector or the NGOs or big tech.
It's all of it. We're all surrounded. Everybody's trying to do it. Nobody wants us to. They're all part of the World Economic Forum. Klaus Schwab runs the whole world.
Everybody and all at once. And it's really—
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. The you will own nothing and you'll be happy idea of like goods and like phones and shit like that, which you mostly rent these days anyways. Like car leases, most people lease their cars at a certain higher level, and that's what they're talking about. You can have access to a nicer car if you lease it, turn it over. Phones and the same kind of shit. Like you basically don't own your phone. You make payments, so technically you don't own your phone, and they could repossess it if they wanted to. And if you didn't want to do that process, you can buy it, but you don't have to. And if the newer one comes out, you're not tied to this. Oh, and I just paid $1,000 for this fucking thing, and a new one came out that does twice what it does for $800. Son of a bitch. You could just roll it over most of the time. That's what they're talking about with a lot of these things. That's how most things are operating now. And it's like they say in the South, nobody buys a beer, you just rent it. You don't own a beer, you just rent it. And the same thing is true with a bunch of these things. But in the case of eminent domain, that's a wholly different thing. Jesus Christ.
Really interesting, because if you think about how people used to, or countries used to seize riches, right? They would go to war with other countries and they would take other people's riches. But
yeah, where was that? I mean, can we do that more? When are we going to do that again? That was awesome.
This time, it's your own government and everyone around you coming at you. They are at war with you.
No, they're not. Also, hold on. Wait. Letter to shareholders. Two days ago. Annual letter to shareholder. Talking about the banking. Okay, hold on. I think. Let's see. Text. I don't know. Yeah, here you go. Jamie Dimon letter to shareholders 2023. Dear fellow shareholders. Hi. Snarf. Hold on. Hello. Hi. I'm Jamie Dimon. Hello. He doesn't talk like that. We are champions of banking's essential role. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for Glenn Beck. All right. It's potential for bringing people together, for enabling companies and okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Across the globe, another year of significant challenges, terrible war in Ukraine, growing geopolitical tensions, particularly with China, to a politically divided America, blah, blah, blah. These events unfold. America remains divided within its borders. The global leadership role is being challenged outside of its borders. Nevertheless, there is a moment when we should put aside our differences and work with our Western nations to come together in defense of democracy and essential freedoms. Okay, so he's including free enterprise, which is why he wants to support Ukraine. During other times of great crisis, we have seen America, in partnership with other countries across the globe, unite for a common cause. That is the moment again. Okay, in spite of unsettling landscape. Let's see. In total, we extended credit and raised capital of $2.4 trillion for our consumer and institutional clients across the world. I remain proud of our company's resiliency and what our hundreds of thousands of employees around the world have achieved collectively and individually throughout these challenging past few years. We never stopped doing all the things we should be doing to serve our clients and our communities, adhering to our basic principles and challenges. The As you know, we are champions of banking's essential role in community, its potential for bringing people together, for enabling companies and individuals to attain their goals, and for being a source of strength with a steadfast principles worth repeating. Fifth, we strive to build enduring business, blah, blah. Here's their earnings, diluted earnings, doing pretty good there, I guess. Tangible book value, there's all their share shit, there's blah, blah, blah. And then if you were making lots of money, and everything's fine. and specifics facing the thing. And we're proud of this and make possible dreams every day and highlight our diversity, equity, and inclusion, which of course is a fucking panic attack. But here's why Glenn Beck is shitting the bed. Update on our $30 billion racial equity commitment. Oh, dear God. ESG! ESG! Yeah, that's why he hates Jamie Dimon.
So, this is the time that we have to get back.
And this is why they've said for years, it's a conspiracy theory.
No. I don't think this is a conspiracy theory. I think you're both assholes. It's a lot less complicated.
Because they needed to delay us from stopping it.
Yeah, that's right. We had all our, like, he had accounts at Chase Bank for a long time and shit.
And only when the American people wake up, and we're running out of time. I saw on Tucker Carlson, what?
Oh, good. So at least you're going to a good source.
Night before last, he's now all over de-dollarization.
Uh-huh. Gee, it's almost like everybody got the same fucking memo.
Which, I've been talking about that forever, and no one thought that was possible. And it's happening in exactly the way I thought it would, when people felt the dollar was at the end and America was weak.
Okay, first of all, that's not the feeling at all. It's frustratingly strong. Hold on one second. He does this every fucking time. U.S. dollar. I think it actually dipped below $1 for the first time. Treasury, okay, shit. I was about to say, I think it was at 99 cents or whatever. Why aren't you going? What's happening? Get back here. Hold on. Damn you, Joe Biden, you're fucking up the whole thing. U.S. yields and dollar climbs after jobs report. Fucking hell. Why can't... It's just like Glenn Beck said. And Sagar. They're almost like this. It's Sagar and Glenn Beck working out economics. New York, April 7th. That's soon, right? U.S. Treasury yields and the dollar climbed in an abbreviated session on Friday because it's Good Friday. After employment data for March indicated the labor market remained tight last month, raising the odds that the Federal Reserve has at least one more rate hike in store. Wall Street exchanges were closed until Monday. Due to the Good Friday holiday, European markets are closed on both Friday and Monday. Non-farm payrolls increased by 236,000 goddamn jobs. Data for February was revised higher. Shit! To show 326,000 jobs were added instead of 311,000. You bastard, Joe Biden. All right. Stop it. The unemployment rate dipped from 3.5 to 3.5 from 3.6. And by the way, that's because they revised the number. The 3.6 where it supposedly went up, it didn't. Nevertheless, the data that are going to keep the Fed on track for a 25 basis point hike in May. Let's see. Full future contracts. Blah 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 blah. Where's the fucking story? Continues. Where's the dollar? I know they have it in here. Treasury yield was up 17.2 basis points to 3.99%. The dollar index rose 0.13%. Is $1.09 again? Son of a bitch. Oh, sorry. Dollar index rose 0.13%, with the euro down 0.09 to $1.91. I remember when the euro was worth $2. You remember that? They're destroying the dollar. So stupid. It's so stupid. It's so aggravating. They would have the. You know what? Like, when this shit happens, I'm always prepared for, hey, maybe I'm a little behind. Maybe the dollar dropped to 86 cents. Maybe that's the big thing. And suddenly the dollar's going to be worth less in world markets. And therefore, that's why people are dropping it. They're not dropping it. It's too expensive. They can't afford it. They can't get enough dollars. The fucking Fed is tightening the reins and taking money out of the system because it's causing inflation. And that's what he thinks he's fucking fighting, even though it's caused by supply shock, not by inflation, but whatever the fuck. Because this idea that the money printer went burr and then off you go. But if the dollar costs more than your own local currency, you're going to go with your own local currency, no matter how shitty it is. Oh, God. It's so dumb.
Come up with a better dollar. And that.
Yeah. And that's the yuan. Yes. Yes. Because the Chinese aren't known for manipulating their currency on purpose. How China influences the U.S. dollar. China directly affects the U.S. dollar by loosely pegging the value of its currency, the renminbi, to the dollar. China's central bank uses a modified version of traditional fixed exchange rate that differs from the floating exchange rate of the United States and many other countries use. The People's Bank manages the yuan's value. It keeps it fixed to a basket of currencies reflecting its trading partners. The basket is weighted towards the dollar since the United States is China's largest trading partner. It keeps the yuan's value within a 2% range against the currency basket. On August 11, 2015, the PBOC, People's Bank of China, modified this peg. The change uses a reference rate that is equal to the previous day's yuan closing value. The PBOC wanted the yuan to be more driven by market forces, even if it meant greater market volatility. The International Monetary Fund added the renminbi to its special drawing rights basket, a supplement of official reserve currencies for different countries. Why China fixes the yuan's value to the dollar. Now, again, one would think that if you fix your currency to the value of the U.S. dollar, if the U.S. dollar takes a shit, what happens to your currency? Exactly. Okay. Let's see. The changing value of here you go. Market forces in China's currency management efforts can lead to notable fluctuations in the value of the yuan. For example, China's 2015 modification to its exchange rate allowed the yuan's value to fall from just over 6.1 yuan per dollar at the beginning to just under 6.4 per dollar in September of that year. To restore the yuan's value, the PBOC used its dollar reserves to buy yuan from Chinese banks by taking that's their version of repo. By taking the yuan out of circulation, the bank raised the currency value. At the same time, it lowered the dollar's value by putting more dollars into circulation. They still hold an enormous amount of dollars as their primary reserve to peg to their currency, because if those dollars flow out, get spent, or get removed by the Fed from circulation, they can't use them themselves. Okay. In January 2016, China further relaxed its control of the yuan. The uncertainty over the yuan's future contributed to the Dow falling almost 1,500 points. The S&P 500 fell about 2.3. By 2017, the yuan had fallen to its lowest point since 2008. But China wasn't in a currency war with the United States. Instead, it was trying to compensate for the rising dollar. Between 2014 and 2015, the dollar rose 11.8%. Gee, I forget who was president. Because it was pegged to the dollar, the yuan followed it. China's exports became more expensive than those from other countries not tied to the dollar. Again, we're not talking about petrodollars for all the dum-dums at home who think that's a fucking thing. It had to lower its exchange rate to remain competitive. China's inflation. China's leaders must slow economic growth to avoid inflation and future collapse. They pumped too much liquidity into state-run companies and banks because they are flooding the world with useless yuan, which is one of the other reasons why they need it to become a reserve currency so other people grab it and park on it. The Russians did that, and then and they were like, we'll pay you back, we'll make the exchange in yuan. So, yeah, we'll give you this, you give us yuan. And then they were like, we'll buy that and we'll give you your yuan back. And they're like, nope, we don't want it. Fuck are you talking about? It's your currency. Yeah, we don't want it back. We want rubles for that, or US dollars or gold or something else. We don't want our money. You sit on our money. Why? Well, because we want to be able to fuck with our numbers internationally to say that it sits there as a part of a reserve currency, not as a denied currency, which is what it fucking is. And then, oh, by the way, this goes on into the impact of China's slowing growth, which, of course, is an area that Sagar and Carol and Glenn and all these motherfuckers just do not want to look at. I don't get it. There's another reason China needs to be careful with slowing growth. Emerging market countries rely on exports to China to fuel their growth. As China's growth slows, it will hurt some of those trade partners more than others. As those countries, keep an eye out for that, Brazil, as these countries' exports slow, so will their growth. Foreign direct investment will drop as well, which absolutely happened, by the way. Foreign direct investment in China has taken a huge shit. I can't, like, hold on one second. I know this is where I get riled up, but between that Sagar shit and this, ugh, fucking hell. Hold on one second. Let's see. China, foreign. Yeah. Let's see. Where's this one? This is from the Nikkei. Yeah. This is. Can I read this, or are you gonna block it? Okay, we're good. Okay. I want you before I show you what I'm about to show you, I want you to remember what Sagar said about China being the number 2 economy in the world, without any sense of irony about that phrase. And I want you also to remember what Crystal Ball said, and what Dore has said, and what I guess Glenn Beck has said multiple times, and what Carol Roth is talking about to some degree, about this whole, like, they're going to eat our lunch, that whole story. Let me just show you something. This is what we would call in reality a fucking fact. Foreign investment in China slumps to 18-year low. Economic and political worries spur more exits and fewer new entries. Not only, like, forget, like, the small companies that have just stopped ordering shit from China because it's unreliable, or they don't like it, or whatever the fuck. Apple is getting out of China. Like, their exit strategy is going to take years to do it. And part of the State Department, like, one of the biggest reasons we're playing footsie with China and not being as dickish as we absolutely could be right now, and why we're tiptoeing in a couple of areas, is to give Apple time to extract itself from China in particular, to get their factories up and running in other countries, namely Vietnam, Indonesia, India, and parts of Eastern Europe and Mexico. Chip factories in the United States, but the places that actually build stuff, they actually functionally, just put them together, slap them together. Again, made in China often means assembled in China. Okay. Investment by foreign companies in China, and this is not just the U.S., by the way. This is world fucking wide. Because remember that old COVID thing? Apparently, the rest of the world still has a chip on its shoulder as well. If you're an Italian investor who was getting your shoes made there, or a clothing line or something like that, you might be a little touchy about the country after they not only you blame them for killing your grandmother, but they blamed you for it. Because at one point, again, China was saying that the disease came from Italy, and fuck those people. Okay. Investment by foreign companies in China tumbled to its lowest level in 18 years in the second half of last year, buffeted by tensions with the U.S., a dimming growth outlook, and fears of possible backsliding on economic reforms. Because nobody trusts them anymore. There's no such thing as a billionaire in China anymore. And everybody they tried to honeypot for about 10 years in the early 2000s started backing away as soon as Xi Jinping started tightening the noose. And anybody smart got out early. Because initially, everybody thought it was the Wild West. And they're just like, oh, we'll do business here. They want to do business. And I mean, they're communists, sure, but who gives a fuck? They want to sell widgets. I got people who want to buy widgets. I'll get something built over here. It'll be cheap, yada, yada. And it's basically, it's not like I'm rolling in like Coca-Cola in India and killing people over water rights. This is just a fucking factory. And they got a factory running all the time. They want to build my shit. Let them build my shit. Like, it was, and everybody just kind of rolled in. And by the way, there was this idea that there's a ton of money to take out the door. Like, okay, yeah, you could build a bunch of stuff here. You make a deal with us, and we will 2x or 3x your output if you put the factory here, or you let us work on this. And China really played that up with everybody. In many ways, it's how they tried to go after people like Devin Archer, who was Hunter Biden's partner, and the guys over there, while they were trying to, like, yeah, we're friends. We're just all friends. This is all friendly, and we mean well, and it's going to be fine. When in reality, they had a long-term plan to basically steal all your shit and then sit on it and tell you to go fuck yourself and be an entire enclosed environment. They're going to put a cloche over the whole fucking country. All right. Foreign and direct investment into China totaled $42.5 billion between July and December of 2022. According to an official balance of payments, that constituted a 73% decline on the year. The sharpest drop dating back to data in 1999. Half-year totals had averaged more than $160 billion between 2020 and early 2022. Meanwhile, foreign direct investment by Chinese companies grew 21% to $84.2 billion, meaning that they're spending more out than they are getting in. 41.7 net outflow marked the first in 5.5 years. They're trying to grease the wheels. They're trying to invest in other places and like, yeah, we're good. We'll play good, whatever. They're fucking around. They're throwing money at the problem, essentially. The problem is when they do that, they don't have money to shore up their problems back home. Think Evergrande. Think, their ghost cities and all that shit we've talked about a bunch of times. Companies reluctant to make new investments in China has been fueled in part by fallout from the country's zero COVID policy. Actually utilized foreign direct investment, which includes reinvested profits in the last quarter of 2022, fell 35% on the year to $33.8 billion. These are people who, are building on what they did the year before. So they're like, okay, we did 1,000 orders. If everything goes well, we'll do 1,500 next year, and we'll do 2,000 next year. It's got to test as we go kind of arrangement. They're actually retracting. The steepest drop since the availability of comparable data in 1996, according to the Ministry of Commerce. This is Chinese numbers, by the way. This is not, me looking up some like IHateChina.com. Recent years have seen almost no new entries by European companies, according to an analyst of investments in China by New York-based Rhodium Group. And among businesses that continue to invest in China, the research firm noted a trend of internal decoupling, with companies including large automakers segregating their Chinese and non-Chinese supply chains to limit risks such as technology leaks. So you don't build your best stuff in China. You build 3-year-old models that you sell in other countries there. You don't build your new line there because they will steal it, is the idea. This has nothing to do with COVID. This is just them going, fuck this after a while. Okay, but remind me again, assholes, how China's going to find a workaround. By the way, while pegging the yuan to the US dollar. It's just so fucking dumb.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about a new financial world order, this is something that happens on a regular basis. We have lived at a time where we are the center of the global financial universe, so we feel like we're invincible. I'm sure that the British before us felt the same way, and the Dutch before them felt the same way, because you don't have that perspective. But as the elite are seeing this new financial world order play out, they are jockeying to put themselves in position to control every possible resource and make sure in the process you own nothing. And that is the shift that we are seeing take place. The challenge that we have,
again, honest to God, she's still talking about the World Economic Forum and the idea that we're going to all be renters of everything in our lives in the West. There is no even illusion in the World Economic Forum folks that any of this shit applies to China or Russia or Brazil or any of the BRICS countries or any of that stuff. They just kind of shrug that shit off and assume they're going to set up their own version of this nonsense. Nobody's fucking playing along in this stuff.
Which, as you know, we always see the trajectory. We just don't know the duration. We don't know if it's going to happen in 6 months, and we don't know if it's going to take years. But
the problem is, if it doesn't happen in 6 months, there are too many interrupters for it to be an emergency and a conspiracy. If you're conspiring to change the world in 30 years to a system no one will recognize, and you think you're going to do it by the boiling frog method, at some point, and again, I would argue this is exactly what's happening with petroleum, but the opposite of the way that they're saying it. I would argue that we woke up a few years ago, around 9/11 specifically, but in and around that area. And when you would see that, when people were protesting with the No Blood for Oil posters and the idea that we were in the Middle East, or that the Bushes and the Cheneys had this plan to control Middle Eastern oil and yada yada, and we were like, fuck that, why do we even need this garbage? That's when like who killed the electric car came out, and everybody started moving in this direction. And Tesla got a bunch of money from the Obama administration, wouldn't exist without it, and we started moving in a direction where consumer vehicles should largely be electric, so that we can shave off the extra oil and gas that we used beyond what we produce as a nation, so we're not reliant on violent monsters anymore to drive to the fucking store. And so we decided in a long process that was going to take years, call it net zero, call it the green future, whatever the fuck it was, that was seeded in violence that started in our need to be involved in the Middle East, allegedly, to keep oil flowing so that our economy would continue to grow, to move to a situation where we don't need oil for our economy to grow at all. And the other folks that saw how well we did on that pile, using oil to grease our systems, are not learning what the Indians learned about, like, telecom, for example. The reason why everyone in India got a phone faster than anyone else in the world is because the rest of us put up phone lines, physical phone lines. We went through the early stages of it. But the Indians at one point just went, all right, well, fuck it, we can't afford to do that. Fuck it, we'll just go without. And then as soon as cell phones showed up, everybody got one. It was easy to put up towers. It was easy to set up, use someone else's, buy into someone else's satellite system. And suddenly they have phone coverage over a giant fucking country almost instantly. Instead of doing that, instead of going, oh my God, the U.S. is going almost entirely electric, and along with Canada, over the next 10 years, and they are moving their consumer vehicles, whether it's Amazon trucks or their own little vehicles, like just commuter cars and that kind of stuff, to electric. And they're going to get to a point where gas stations are going to be, you're going to drive right fucking past them. And instead of going, we don't need all this diesel and shit like that, why don't we just jump to the next line? We'll make our investments in other areas, and once they hit that line where they've got enough of those vehicles being produced, we'll just buy a bunch of them, and we'll build our system like the Indians did on wireless telecom, on electric vehicles and the like, so that we don't have to go through this polluting phase. But instead, China is just going all in on coal. They're just like they're lying to the world about green tech. Their solar is shit. They're not using it anywhere. It's so stupid how many people actually buy it that have never fucking been there and walked around it and gone, oh, this is not attached to anything. I see. So where was this wire supposed to go? I mean, it's one thing if the plug was still on it, but someone stole the plug. These solar panels are not attached to anything. And they're facing the wrong direction. The sun rises over there and goes this way, and they're faced south. What the shit are you doing? It's just dumb. And somebody said, I love my Zero electric motorcycle. The brand Zero whistle, Whistlo. I'm very excited at that idea. I've looked at those a couple of times. Awesome. You like it? It's cool. Yeah? Okay, here we go. Back to these idiots. I don't know how much more of this shit I can stand either.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't be prepared right now, because you just don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, which is why you need to buy Carol Roth and Glenn Beck's bucket of shit. Shit, it's edible shit, and then you just shit it back into the bucket and start all over again. Just put a bucket of shit in your bunker. If you got a family of 4, get 4 buckets of shit. You just drink the shit down, shit the shit out, right back in the bucket with Carol Roth and Glenn Beck's bucket of shit. These motherfuckers, be prepared. The rapture might be coming. You know what that's like. Jesus might appear at any moment. So, you should constantly be praying for forgiveness, because you're a fucking asshole all the rest of the day.
Yesterday, the Treasury came out and said, we need punitive action and more regulation on cryptocurrency.
Yeah. Yes. You do, dummy. And everybody who lost their fucking shirt because of FTX said yes.
I mean, they are doing everything they can to kill cryptocurrency.
No, they aren't. Honest to God, regulations are the only thing that can fucking revive it. They're trying to do CPR, you dumbass. Do you think anybody stopped buying crypto when FTX went down because they feared government regulations? They bugged out because they knew it was completely untrustworthy, that there was no regulations, that it was fucking fart air. Yeah, exactly. Crypto knifed itself. The shit are you talking? Like, who even believes this? Who thinks this? This is one of the, like I was ready for a stupid take on something else, but this, like, to just swing in there like, we need to punish people if they cheat people out of their money with crypto. Like, yeah, and?
Crypto is at 27 for Bitcoin now, 27,000. That's up. Gold was...
Is it? Hold on. 27,938. It's down $113 dollars today, but let's see. There you go. There's got to be a chart, if I may. Here's the chart. Let's see. 1 year. 5 year. 1 year. Here you go. This is in a year, Glenn. This is the last year in Bitcoin. Hold on, it's spiked back up on the other side, so we'll let it at least have a mini hockey stick on the other end. There you go. Whoop, there it is. Flat. There you go. February. That's where it is right now. This is where it was last year. April 7th, it was 43,452. And there's a bunch of people saying it's going to be 1 million in the next 90 days. You know why they're saying that? You know why they're saying that, Glenn? You know why they're saying it's going to be 1 million in 90 days? So dumbasses all over the place will pour their money into Bitcoin because they believe that person, and that person is going to wait until their money gets until they can lie everyone up to 45K and get their money the fuck out.
Is it, what, 240 yesterday? And Citibank is saying that they expect it soon to be at $2,300.
Hold on, what was? Back up. I didn't hear the middle part of that.
27 for Bitcoin now, 27,000. That's up. Gold was at, what, 240 yesterday? And Citibank is saying that...
Hold on. Gold per ounce? Gold is it?
They expect it soon to be at $2,300.
Say that again. Hold on one second. Me, if I may. Gold is at what? So, hey, that sounds great, man. If it's going to go up 100%.
Bank is saying that they expect it soon to be at $2,300.
Yeah. Now, Carol has a look on her.
Gold was at, what, 240?
Yesterday, gold was $240. How about no? You dumb son of a bitch. It's down $2 today. It's at $2,000. When the fuck? Gold hasn't been at $2, like $240 since when? Where was the last time? The maximum of it? Shit. The lowest it's been on their chart on gold futures was in 2016. It was $1,000. Gold price per ounce. There you go. Is that what he's talking about? Hold on.
Now, live from Chicago. The Hal Sparks radio program mega worldwide.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass.
Hal Sparks, actor, comedian, and multimedia personality.
And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Hal Sparks.
All right, let's do this.
Welcome to the show. I can't believe John how are you, my friend? There's so much. Remember like 35 years ago, when Donald Trump had to surrender himself in New York. Remember that? And they were like, I don't know.
It seems ridiculously long ago.
Yes, it does. It's it's a curious thing, to say the very least. I am not sure what about this week added that extra timescape, messed with it, made it sort of like a I guess what would you call it, like a watching a car accident in slow motion, be like the inverse of that. Like everything just happens so fast. You're like, yes, exactly. Just very strange week. And apparently, I don't know if you know this, our democracy, that it was done this week.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, my calendar.
That's right. Yep, you're gonna have to put it in there. It'll be a holiday, obviously. And obviously
show up like on my Google Calendar when I've got it, the federal holidays.
That's right. So, yeah, it's like a holiday slash a commune day, I suppose.
Yeah.
But right, sure. Why not? But the hilarity of of how much stuff went down this week, that literally, there was a worry, a concern that people would forget that Tuesday this week was the anniversary of the day that MLK was assassinated, and because it was also the day that Donald Trump turned himself in for the indictment. And I would say to those folks, rest assured, the day he actually has to sit in court or makes one particular face, it'll be a meme day. Or when he gets convicted and sentencing day, that's going to be the holiday attached to it. Now, granted, it'll probably take so much time that there are those among the right wing that will be very upset if it ends up on 420, not because of the pot association of that day, but because I think it's Hitler's birthday as well, which I really do appreciate.
Yeah.
I really do appreciate that the potheads seized that day back on the calendar. Good for them. And by the way, I'm not just bringing that up, because what's a day? How do you let a day pass without a Hitler reference when it comes to the right wing?
we seem to manage it every single week. Yeah.
I mean, they make it easy, I have to say. But we have so much to talk about. And by the way, Hal Vickery, right out of the gate, helping us out, and Bald Thanos
so is Lisa
as well.
Moore.
Lisa Miamore, bless you so much. Thank you very much for supporting the show. And I just realized I have the wrong graphic up behind my head, and it's so embarrassing. And by the way, if you're feeling like it, we live stream as well. You can listen on WCBT, and you can watch us on infotainmentwars.com or twitch.tv/HalSparks, or on Twitter for however long that thing blows up. We'll talk about that in a second. Or Facebook, where if you want to support the show, you can become a member of the page there, the Hal Sparks page, and watch the show and all that kind of stuff, and gather and gaggle and talk, and hi, Facebook people. And you can also contribute to the show using stars. That's the Facebook method to sort of super chat. It's very convoluted, it's adorable, and it's available to you to help us out. And you can also blah, blah, blah. Okay, now, we've got a lot to talk about. We've got Clarence Thomas being funded by a dude who took him. That story.
Who doesn't want to go on vacation with Clarence Thomas?
Oh my God, Ginny. No, I think she's the only person who wants to go on vacation with him. That story is coming up. That just gets more amazing by the day. We're also going to talk about the Tennessee 3, and it's Tennessee 3. Tennessee in general, 0. But we'll get to that in a minute. And okay, there are very few things that could just be so hilariously ironic and spectacular at the same time that they could kind of memory hole Donald Trump's turning himself in. Another, by the way, much like his campaign launch this year, much like his Waco rally, which were supposed to be these thunderous moments in MAGA history that would redirect the energy. This is it. Lighting the fire, man. This is when it's going to happen. He's been toying around with campaigning for a while, but Mar-a-Lago. He's going to announce it to few dozen sycophants and the 2 family members that show up, and this is going to be the thing, man. And then it just deflates, like a flan in a cupboard, I think is what Eddie Izzard used to say. And then
that would not hang in there for very long.
No, and then the Waco. No, not at all. Just imagine one on a windowsill. And then the next one, of course, that like kind of the big moment, because it was, quite frankly, it's a flagging campaign. It's a little dull. He's turning out these little 30-second, 2-minute videos on his Rumble account that nobody watches except me to make fun of them. And I'm the main audience. I'm the main thoroughfare on my live stream for people to actually see those stupid things. He just parks them there so he can air them on Truth Social without taking up hard drive space, because Truth Social is collapsing and he doesn't want his videos lost when the website shuts down. That's true. All right. Then he's been promised by the Rumble people that they're safe there. Anyways, so then it was, I guess technically we go back before this to the Mar-a-Lago search and seizure warrant, because that was also going to be the big thing. Remember? That was the big deal.
Oh boy.
Which is, by the way, what
so many times it's almost like it's not really happening.
You get that feeling that every wind up is a wind down, just like built into it. Like Trump, in many ways, like his people talk about him like he's the Energizer Bunny, when really he's one of those pull string dolls that just says the same 3 things over and over again and goes, like at the end of it, right? So
kind of like an energy vampire.
Yeah, well, I would say that, but one would think an energy vampire would have a lot of energy.
You're right.
Right? He used to seem like that. Now, he's like the mummy in Bubba Hotep. It might be the souls he's feasting on. Just don't give him the same amount of oomph, right? Then after the 3 big, remember the big, like it seems like 100 years ago. Each one of these things is like ridiculous. They were supposed to change the course of human history, and they're like, oh, I remember that. That's hilarious. It's right there with stompers, the cars that I wish they would bring back that ride over stuff that just took a doubly bad.
Those commercials made them look like the thing to have.
They were the thing to have. I lost 2 of them in the creek in Kentucky. Anyways, it's a long story. So
Sounds like the kind of thing that Chris Bell and I would have set on fire in his sandbox.
I don't doubt it. And by the way, in your mid-30s. So yeah. So,
just like 15 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. This all right. We got to get somewhere with this story, because this has got the lead up on this is
11:13 already.
I know, magnificent. This lead up that's coming, Johnny Million. I need to share this with you, because
hit me.
After Trump turns himself in, this is supposed to be the biggest thing ever, and then all of a sudden, womp womp. Not really, obviously. But we get
Carol Cobb. Sorry, Carol Cobb just hit us with a super chat too.
Oh, thank you, Carol Cobb. Bless you. I need to get the little
turbulent
leaderboard
times,
so I
but
can
it
see
seems more hopeful in terms of accountability.
Yep.
Hopefully, this is the find out era.
Oh yes, we are definitely in the faux part of the FAFO era right now. At least this year. Like I have been saying, and people questioned me, but I'm telling you, there will not be enough popcorn for 2023, people. There will not. And we'll get to this is the big one though. This is the one we got to lead into this. This is so funny that I fell over at the timing and the perfect throwdown of this story. Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Taibbi, the bald former Russian exile with a lowercase e and a capital X, zine publisher in Russia for 7 years, started his own Substack called The Racket, which, I mean, come on. I guess he's admitting it, The Racket. And with money that Elon Musk gave him to promote the Twitter files, has quit Twitter after Elon Musk has made it, quote, unusable. That's right. Yeah. And again, welcome to Fafo Town. I don't know what to tell you. Everybody was, I mean, how do you not know? How do you not see this coming? How do you not recognize that the dude you're working for is a self-involved billionaire whose entire idea is to crash social media as we know it, because it's used, because more than Facebook and some of these other sites, Twitter is used all over the world for quick communication. During the Jasmine Revolution, for example, Twitter was the main communication source, and the Iranians have hated it ever since, and they have blocked it. And many countries started blocking Twitter specifically for that reason. And the United States didn't under Jan 6, they just said if you say anything violent, you're violating the terms of service, and you get bumped off, and off you go. But they didn't shut down we didn't shut down the service overall. That's what they do in other countries, and it hasn't been enough because of VPNs and other stuff. People are still able to use it, and they want people to go to WhatsApp because it's more confusing and harder to, and they can break into certain accounts and lure people other ways. There's no big group activity the way there is on Twitter that can correct for those kind of situations. So they've been after Twitter for a long time, and Elon seems hell-bent on giving them exactly what they want. The same day that Matt Taibbi had to quit Twitter because it is unusable, because he can no longer post Substack links on it, which was the entire point of his deal with Elon Musk, to get these parsed out piecemeal pieces of garbage passing for the Twitter files, so that he would only see what Elon Musk wants him to see and report only on the parts that Elon Musk wants him to see. And then he goes, you can use it. I'll give you exclusive. You can put it on your Substack, but you have to put it on Twitter first. That was their deal. He even said so. And he used it basically to do the long form on Substack and the medium-sized form or whatever on Twitter. That was their deal. And that funded the creation of the Racket on Substack, no matter what Matt Taibbi says. He didn't get the money directly. He got the exclusive, which is a contribution in kind if it was a campaign. You know what I mean? Like he got this free access because he is on the payroll. He is on the take. He is willing to say what Elon Musk wants him to say, so that the gravy train of these files never stopped. And then Elon Musk decided he didn't like the Substack's notes feature, which is like Twitter, because people were commenting freely. You could join the free version. You could comment on stories on there like you can with news stories on Twitter. So he just decided to not allow anybody to do Substack links on Twitter anymore. And you can't look it up. If you search Substack, and this is it too, ladies and gentlemen, anybody who thinks that Elon Musk is a free speech purist, if you search for Substack right now, the isolated word that will come up that it interprets as your search is newsletter.
Oh.
Try it. Go into the Twitter field and type in Substack in the search, and you will see that all of the tweets that come up, the highlighted word that supposedly is your search term is newsletter, not Substack. It translates it into another form to divert it to call it a newsletter, and that can be any Substack can be anywhere. And so it generics form one particular business to another form so that it's generic, so that he can doesn't promote anything. And that's why Matt Taibbi, who's been telling us the whole time about power the free speech and all the Democrats, the Biden campaign doing stuff and asking for things for, as Mehdi Hassan absolutely stomped Matt Taibbi's argument this week, was talking about how, these were non-consensual nudes of someone that they asked to be taken down, and it was a request. They didn't insist. They didn't threaten a lawsuit. They certainly didn't threaten the power of the government the way Donald Trump did. We got to take a break. I'll be back right after this. It's the House Radio Program, Mega Worldwide.
Martha in the chat says Hal Sparks is scary smart. Glad he's on our side.
Ah, thanks. Oh, don't even get me started on the Chinese economy this morning. Holy smokes! I was looking at local government financial vehicles in China. These LGFVs that they use because cities and provinces can't, and they're kind of counties, what their version of a county, can't issue a bond like Chicago can, for example. They can't do it. So what they can do, though, is private companies inside those cities, counties, and provinces can issue bonds to raise money. 15 seconds. Thank you.
Ooh.
So they just form their own companies and just borrow money on these fake companies on behalf of the county. They have $9 trillion of local debt.
You're locked into the Hal Sparks radio program, Mega Worldwide.
I was just going off on the Chinese economy, which is in dire straits right now, and during the break, because I don't think even people recognize the enormity of it. I've talked about the ghost cities. I've been there. I've seen them. We've talked about the collapse of Evergrande, the zombie real estate company that has $3 billion worth of debt and about 100,000 homes it can't afford to build that are already paid for, and no bailout coming at any time. There's Countrywide. There's all these other secondary companies. And it turns out that Chinese local governments have $9 trillion in unsecured debt set up through what are called local government financial vehicles. That and the only example I could give is, Chicago. If Chicago wants to raise money for a project, so the board and the mayor can get together and issue a bond, or call for the issuance of a bond, or even have a referendum on the issuance of a bond, depending on the degree of it and whether or not a certain kind of bond has already been signed off on for these kind of things by a vote 10 years ago. Those kind of things, but you can do it within the city. But you're also answerable as an elected official to that bond issuance. If it doesn't pay for a school, then you can get voted out and people will complain, and where did the money go? And there'll be an audit and the city can go after it. In China, cities are not allowed to do that by the CCP. So they form what are called local government financial vehicles, which is think of it as Chicago Schools Incorporated, or Chicago Roads Incorporated, or Chicago series of high-rises with no one wanting to live in them Incorporated, Chicago Land Grab Incorporated. Like that's what they do. And then they issue these things. They create these companies. Those companies get a bond from an investor bond from overseas for the building of something. And then they effectively, on paper, they only exist on paper, they give it to the city to spend on other stuff. And then it's gone, and it never builds the thing ever. And that just and the only way you can get out of the hole of trying to pay off the bond money is to take another bond, so you create another vehicle that pays the money on the other bond or whatever. Anyways, it stacks and stacks. It's totally unsustainable. It's a Ponzi scheme, and it's insane. And every major city, most minor cities, and every province has stacks and stacks of these things to the point where they have a $9 trillion unleveraged debt with a, and that's not on top of the federal debt that they would have, what their equivalent federal debt, what the CCP's debt is, which is 130% over their GDP. So we're talking, what, $16 trillion. There's another 9 on top of that. Their debt is almost equal to ours, and ours is, what are we talking, like, we have a $26 trillion economy, about a $31 trillion debt. They have a $16 trillion economy, if you're being honest, probably 12 and $22 trillion worth of debt, and nowhere to park it. U.S. could sell bonds because people look at Wall Street, they look at American real estate, they look at stuff, and they're like, oh, I can trust this. This is possible. No one is investing in China at all right now. Year over year, foreign investment is down 112%. That's not good. It was already low post-COVID. That's year over year to 2021. And then 2020, which it really ate crap and left. That's when everybody left. It's been going down ever since. So I got on a big tear about that this morning because there are a bunch of people who think that the Chinese using yuan with Brazil is going to de-dollarize the world and that people are going to trust the yuan as the new reserve currency. When in reality, you know what China's reserve currency is? U.S. dollars. The yuan is pinned to the U.S. dollar. If the U.S. dollar goes down, the yuan crashes. So they have a real impetus. They have a real need, a genuine need to guarantee that the dollar stays strong. Because if it drops at all, then they're in huge trouble. Long story, another time. Watch the live stream during the week and you'll get a slice of that kind of stuff. But back to the death of Twitter. At this point, Jonathan Katz newsletter. Okay, this is Elon Musk's crew disabled interactions and replies to a tweet that Jonathan Katz on Earth, wrote. And I think he's on the racket. He writes for Matt Taibbi's site. And it was eagerly awaiting Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss's investigation into this apparent act of censorship. He's called, he might just be messing around. We're investigating report. This is a Substack tweet that they put up. We're investigating reports that Twitter embeds and authentication no longer work on Substack. We are actively trying to resolve this, and we'll share updates as additional information becomes available. So not only can you not take Substack links and put them on Twitter, which again is Matt Taibbi's bread and butter, it's also Cy Hirsch's, the whole nonsense article, garbage, goofy article from Cy Hirsch about the Nord Stream pipeline that everybody was like, oh, this is the truth, and finally the truth in this. That was on Substack, kids. Cy Hirsch has a Substack. That's his primary outlet. It's also his primary way of making a living. And one of the ways you heard about it, most people heard about it, was because people tweeted about his article. And now that's impossible. If Cy Hirsch did a follow-up, mea culpa, where he admits that it was garbage or he tries to double down on this nonsense, he couldn't even post on Twitter to go, here's the latest from Cy Hirsch on Substack. Elon Musk will not let him. Now, after all the stories that we dealt with the Hunter Biden laptop and the New York Post story that was, only not available for about 6 hours, the New York Post site was still up. And if people referenced it, they were okay. That happened. That went on for weeks, a couple weeks or whatever. That was one site, one story that was, in fact, manipulative October surprise Russian disinformation through Rudy Giuliani, period, end of story. And the tapping of the brakes by the Twitter team about letting it just fly all over the place that close to an election was very close to their position on a lot of possible October surprises. This isn't that. This is an entire news source This is where Substack, and I don't use Substack, and I'm not on it, and I don't subscribe to anybody on it, but I'm aware, like many other people, that long-form bits of journalism have been done on Substack for a while now, because you've got it's the Tumblr for I guess journalists that are on the outs with their old publisher. Their publisher wouldn't let them go all the way on a story, or wouldn't let them fill in the parts, and it's somewhere between writing the book and keeping your job at the Washington Post is Substack. That's it. You know, if you are made to make a binary choice between those two things to follow a story because you want to leave another beat to go after one and you disagree with your editor and blah, blah. Substack was a way that a lot of these journalists could find a way to either supplement their income at another news organization or flat out produce the news that they believe is important. And it grew into that thing. And Elon Musk has shut it all down on Twitter. And the irony that the person who drew the most attention to that fact and ate it during that, you know, as heavily as, you know, heavier than anybody else was Matt Taibbi. Like Musk's own gimp. You know, zipper hood and all, goes crawling back into the trunk and shuts the lid himself because you know, you lay down with dogs and you wake up with typhoid or bubonic plague, I guess. We got to take a break.
That's what it is.
That's exactly right. We'll be back right after this with the tumultuous story of Clarence Thomas travel show, Lifestyles of the Rich and SCOTUS. This is just, whoops, get out of here. I gotta close this down. Excuse me one second. This is just glorious. By the way, don't buy from Temu, anybody. Huh?
How long has it been going on?
Since he became, if not before, since he became a Supreme Court justice. The whole time. Wow. And my favorite part is this one. Just, yeah, exactly.
No.
Oh, yeah. Impressive ones, apparently. Not, you know, not just, oh, this was, you know, I feel like some people my family is German, and the German families, some of them were swiped up into this stuff, and they fought valiantly even if they were fighting for the wrong thing because they were just trying to save their buddies on the battlefield. So I have the medal from my uncle's blah, 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 right there. Right. Or I have the boots. I have a pair of boots like they wore just to show everybody how hard they had it, and yada, yada, yada. Hitler's skull. Dude, I would not be surprised.
That is impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And just his floating brain and like some sort of viscous float.
Attention, stop what you're doing. Because we're coming back to the Hal Sparks radio program, Mega Worldwide.
Oh my God! They went a little crazy with it, and I appreciate it.
Now let's get back with Hal Sparks radio program, Mega Worldwide.
This story, this is a gift that keeps on giving. This is one of those stories where people are like, oh, you know what? All this stuff in Tennessee and Trump being indicted and Matt Taibbi getting kicked off of Twitter will distract from this story. And by the time you turn around, it'll be gone. It'll be memory hold. And then, just keep stacking. Ladies and gentlemen, Clarence Thomas. It's been found out. It's been discovered. And he has admitted to it. This is not something where, you know, these are allegations that are unsubstantiated or anonymous or whatever.
Right.
Clarence Thomas has been getting these free trips, some of them at the cost of what would have cost him to get himself $500,000. That's a trip. Johnny Million, that's a trip. That's ridiculous. That's just.
I remember like really cringing when I spent like $2,000 on a vacation one time. I was like, this is a lot of money.
Right. Yeah, yeah. No, this is like I, like I honest to God, I can't really figure out why. Because you know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna swim in the ocean, you can only get so far away from other people where you're just isolated beyond belief. So there's this mitigatory distance between resort and castaway. You know, so it's somewhere in the middle there. For I don't know, let's talk in normal 5K. You could probably spend a week someplace where you're like, oh my god, the fish here
Yeah, it
is
would be
amazing,
unreal.
and the like, be stupid, yeah, and then you can. They have a charter service where there's like it's like Uber, where they have like Uber Black, and they have the Uber, electric or whatever, and you get charged a little bit more for that, and you're like, you know what? It's date night. Let's splurge. Let's not wait for the Tercel. We'll try and get the cars that pass for a livery the rest of the time, right, honey? Right. So they have boats that take you to and from the I don't know, Naked and Afraid Island or wherever you're staying to get away from other people. And that boat costs $1,500 to take to shore, where the other one costs $50, and you're like, that's insane. But all right, we won the lottery. What the heck? Still, I don't get it. Then, the flights themselves just to get there, 10 grand if you're going to the like absolute end of the earth, Australia, Thailand. You're flying first class or business class. I can see that happening. Okay, so there's your whole trip. You're under 25K, which is insane for travel, unless you're the Kardashians and you're hiding. Now, there's always something too, I suppose. The fact that a Supreme Court justice has to bring along security or something, but doesn't the taxpayer pay that part? Anyways, weird. 500K. This one trip. He's been doing this every year for like 3 decades. And that's, by the way, just for the plane and the yacht that he was on. If he just chartered the yacht and the plane, it would have cost him $500,000. But he was a guest of a man named Harlan Crow, which again sounds like a villain from Arkham Asylum.
For real.
Yeah. Or quite frankly, a plantation owner. I'm Colonel Harlan Crow of the Mississippi Crows. You know what I mean? Like that. Simmer down. They're making too much noise, darling. We can't enjoy our mint juleps. He's apparently had trips there. He had access to and use of a public servant who makes $285,000, by the way, a year. That's what he makes. Has vacationed on Crow's super yacht around the globe. He flies on Crow's Bombardier Global 5000 jet. He's gone with Crow to the Bohemian Grove, which, come on! All right. So if you don't know, the Bohemian Grove has been, most people only know it because Alex Jones snuck into the place and videotaped it at one point because he was convinced it's this giant pagan, gay, Illuminati, eyes wide shut gathering, which it kind of is. But but it's a lot more sedate than that. It's a men's only retreat where a lot of them do drag. That's another story for another time. I did a whole breakdown of this yesterday on my show. But the fact that this isn't nonstop, that Harlan Crow, this Republican conservative dude who's supposedly one of the heroes of conservative fundraising, that this dude took a Supreme Court justice, a conservative Supreme Court justice, which means he took the other ones too. Like, there's no way that like Scalia didn't go. If that's the only reason Clarence Thomas would go someplace is if I don't know. It's like a vampire thing. Scalia has to step over the threshold first, and then Clarence Thomas can come in or some shit. Whoops! I'm sorry, I swore. Look at that. I can't not do it. It drives me crazy. Sorry, Chicago. I said ship with a P. Anyways, So in general, it's amazing that in and of itself isn't the single biggest story of all of this. That, oh my God, a Republican donor took Clarence Thomas to the Bohemian Grove, where they allegedly worship a giant owl that speaks to them, and then they mock kill a baby, and then they have entertainment. They have like a
what did you just say, Hal?
Yeah, they mock worship a giant owl, and they fake kill a baby. They have this alleged like killing of an infant.
Are you like doing stream of consciousness right now?
No, I am not. That's something that happens. Go watch anything online about the Bohemian Grove, and it's crazy. And Nixon didn't want to go because he thought it was too gay for him. It was just the weirdest thing. I'm just saying.
Wow, too gay for Nixon is really
I know.
Gay.
That's a lot. That's a lot. Right. Exactly. He had a very high tolerance, higher than you would think. Well, he didn't hang with J. Edgar Hoover, and it was a thing. Anyways, that's the smallest part of this. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year worth of trips and treats and all kinds of stuff. In a statement, Crow acknowledged he'd extend hospitality to the Thomases over the years, but said that Thomas had never asked for any of it, and it was no different from the hospitality we extended to many other dear friends. Again, this is one of those things where, like, dude, you don't have to ask somebody for favors. First of all, if you're giving them that kind of gift, they're already on the team. The buy-in gifts happened a long time ago. So the idea that somehow that, like, I never told him to vote a certain way, he didn't have to. He got it. He knows who he's hanging around, and he knows what side of the bread his butter is on. Good Lord. So, somebody in the chat says, too gay for Nixon sounds like a punk band name. I agree. That would be amazing. And I like that at symbol for the A in that. That was brilliant. It's so meta. Anyways, through his largesse, Crow has gained a unique form of access, spending days in private with one of the most powerful people in the country. And by accepting it, Thomas has broken long-standing norms for judges' conduct. Everybody is, like, wigging about this. Everybody's going, how is this even possible? And his whole thing was, I didn't think I ever, I don't know, why it was a big deal. I'll tell you one of the reasons why it's a big deal. Because the stories that are following, just the fact that this came out, because this is gigantic. A Supreme Court justice is getting millions of dollars of creature comforts over the years to clearly stay on one particular side of the legal aisle. And this dude, Colonel Holland Crow, apparently collects Hitler artifacts. And not, he's got a garden full of statues of dictators, which I don't know if those are he's just saving them from being torn down, like the people who wanted to collect like the Robert E. Lee statue and stuff. I bet you anything he's got one of those. Like he bought it so the ruffian Antifa BLM Americans wouldn't tear the thing down in some city square in Tennessee or Mississippi or something like that, Crow, the billionaire heir to a real estate fortune, of course, second generation rich kid. What a shocker. It's almost like Trump okay. Is there something about this guy and that guy having a copy of, all right, we'll talk about this next. Okay. Apparently, Marco Rubio attended a fundraiser at Crow's house on the eve of Yom Kippur, and Rubio's critics thought the timing was inappropriate, given, all the Hitler stuff. I can't get over the collection of Nazi memorabilia, says one person who attended the event at Crow's home a few years ago and asked to remain anonymous. It would have been helpful to have someone explain the significance of all the items. Without that context, you sort of gasp when you walk into the room.
What context can help?
That is the context, dummy. Oh, my God. So, let's see. When you walk into the room, one memorable aspect was the paintings. Something done by George W. Bush, next to Norman Rockwell, next to one by Hitler. They said it was all startling and strange. to see the dictator sculptures in the backyard. And by the way, there are pictures online.
Oh.
Yeah. In 2014, when Crow's house was included in a public tour of historic homes, a reporter from the Dallas Morning News visited. Apparently, Crow was visibly uncomfortable with questions about his dictator statues and Hitler memorabilia, preferring to discuss his other historical collections, documents signed by the likes of Christopher Columbus and George Washington, paintings by Renoir and Monet, statues of two of Crow's heroes, Winston Churchill and Margaret Thatcher, in an embrace, which I think is wrong, but whatever. Okay, but I'm kidding. But despite Crow's discomfort, the reporter did manage to see the Garden of Dictator statues, describing it as a historical nod to the facts of man's inhumanity to man. A historical nod. Among the figures in the Garden of Evil are Lenin, Stalin, Romanian dictator Nicolae Ceausescu, Yugoslav dictator Josip Broz Tito, and those are apparently not statues that Crow has commissioned. Crow has said that they're bona fide artifacts from the public squares across Europe and Asia that citizens toppled at the end of dictatorial regimes. The dude is collecting them and preserving them for whatever the new whatever it is coming. He also had, and I will do this right now. This is from another part of the Washington Post story. When Republican mega donor Harlan Crow isn't lavishing Justice Thomas with free trips, he lives a quiet life in Dallas among his historical collections. These collections include Hitler artifacts, 2 of his paintings of European cityscapes, and a signed copy of Mein Kampf.
I thought that was a joke.
Nope. A signed copy. That, I mean, you gotta hunt that down. Right? That's...
I hope so.
Yeah. I mean, if there hasn't been, if that hasn't been included in a bunch of book burnings, again, I'm not for the existence of a book to be destroyed. But I don't have a problem with all the signed copies of Mein Kampf being destroyed, so nobody uses them as metal, right? Good Lord. Why?
This might be, I don't know if this is a silly question, but signed by who?
That's a good question. Yeah, Clarence Thomas. And that weird. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
With the Clarence Thomas signed copy.
Yeah, no, it's got a comp. That would be. I mean, honestly, at this point, that's the only way you could ratchet the story up to be more horrifying. It's got a doodle from Ava Braun, and Clarence Thomas wrote LOL next to it. That I would just say that of the stories this week, that might be one of the reasons why Trump being indicted turned out to be a giant national and international nothing burger. Our democracy still stands. We're still a functioning country. We got plenty of loonies around, and we've been fighting the same good fight that we've been fighting for decades, and the arc of justice bends towards liberty, and I think we're going to be just fine.
Templeton Zarat in the chat is pointing out, how does something like Citizens United get passed?
I can't. Yeah, you know what? It's a good question. I haven't read Mein Kampf, so I'll have to look it up. Which we got to take a break. We'll be back right after this with kind of a roundup of a bunch of stories that are going on also in the nation. And then Philip Ittner will be joining us in the next hour.
Yeah,
and there's a whole lot. Yeah, there's a whole lot going on. There's a whole lot going on in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And we'll do it in a minute. We'll be back right after this. So when we get over this, we get over to the jobs report, which was also great this week. Like,
good.
It was like, oh no, it's quit being a good labor market. There it is. Yeah.
This horrible economy they keep talking about.
Just keeps on, just keeps on slugging. Try to sneak this down. There you go. So I can fit it in here a little bit. little bit. And then we'll talk about the.
Have you read
abortion
Mein
pill.
Kampf, Hal?
I have not. I have read selections of it. I've read more Marx than Stalin and Hitler and that crowd, and I've read speeches by a lot of these guys. And I've read big chunks of Mao's Little Red Book, because I had, before I was, when I was trying to learn Chinese, I had a dual English Chinese version of it to try and learn characters. And I found it in a shop in China that had a it was like page to page, so you could look at the characters. It was funny because they're like trying to teach English to Chinese people using the Little Red Book, and you can do it the other way around. They're like, we can train American socialists with this, right? That was the idea. And I just used it to learn the characters, so it helps. And it was free. But in general, no. And a lot of those times, the more I read of those things, the angrier I get, because it's not like
Coming
you're going
back
to discover.
in 15.
It's not like you're. Thank you. It's not like you're going to discover their real point after all. You know what I mean? You're not going to go, oh, you know what? That's not fair. And by the way,
I know I'm only on 1 day a week. I get it. Yeah, I'm going to have to jump on GarageBand and start sawing something together. This is the Hal Sparks Show. And a guitar note, and then progressive, and all. Yeah, it's going to be good.
Hey, Hal, did you mean something like this?
This is the Hal Sparks Show. And a guitar note, and then progressive, and all. Yeah, it's going to be good.
The Hal Sparks radio program, mega worldwide.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Welcome back to the show. So, lots also happened this week on Earth One. I feel like we should talk about Earth One a little bit. And then I have some hilarious news from Magaland, because there's a bit of cat scratch fever going on over there, and it's pretty hysterical.
And
if I do
also
say so
in the
myself.
chat, some folks were wondering if you had a chance to hear Kamala's speech last night about
I did
Tennessee.
not. No, I have not heard it yet. I'm putting that aside. That's my Sunday review day, so I can go back and watch the whole thing. But I know about it. Yes. So the March jobs report came out, and it was stubbornly good. 236,000 jobs created. Everybody's like, the end of the country is here, because the number of hirings is decelerating slightly, down from 362 to 236, which is 3.6 anywhere you read it. And so it's clearly the devil's market. But and then the unemployment rate rose 0.1% last month, fell back to 3.5% because they reviewed the actual jobs created, and more jobs were created last month than they thought. And so it stayed steady, actually, for the last 3 months at 3.5%. The March jobs report showed hiring slowed last month, but likely not by enough to ease pressure on the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates in its efforts to slow inflation. Everybody's expecting a 0.25% basis points baked in. By the way, I got news for you. After this all shakes out, if the Fed was to park interest rates at 5%, you'd still have tons of room to borrow and grow on the returns that people are expecting and seeing worldwide in investment from a business standpoint anyways. And you still wouldn't be anywhere near the area where, what mortgages cost, in the 70s and 80s, for example. One of the biggest group of people, I would say, and the people clamoring about this is the rise in interest rates more than anyone else, are real estate investment groups, because there is a tipping point in the interest rate that you have to pay on a loan and the return on a piece of rental property. And, sure. and depending on where it is, it can be anywhere between 4.1% and, say, 6% you can get on your property, but that's hard to do. They average out. If you have a lot of properties, you're basically real estate investment firms are getting about 4.1% guaranteed long term. And they park it in real estate for a reason, because those houses in theory aren't going anywhere. And if they do go someplace, you can insure them and you're fine. Once the interest rate for a loan gets up closer to 4%, the investment value of dealing with renters and the problems that can come with it and all the things that can happen in a house and that you have to take care of starts to dwindle really fast. And if you're fudging around 0.1% to justify an investment on a major scale, when you're a company like BlackRock or any of these other companies, it's hard to do, especially if there are other things out there, like even oil exploration and stuff like that, and mineral rights surgery like that. The return, it's a lot more expenditure up front, but the return once you get it is way higher. So but it's not as reliable, it's more volatile. So you hedge those two against each other. So these giant real estate investment firms, like Trump has built his entire, fiefdom on, rely on unusually low real estate, the cost of borrowing money for real estate. And you park money in it, you launder money in it, and then you can get money cheaper as an institutional borrower than any individual could possibly get. Like, Johnny, you and I might have a better credit score than any of the Trumps because of the myriad of bankruptcies that they have had and the millions of dollars that have vanished in profit from banks that have worked with them in the past. But that won't stop them most of the time from getting another loan to buy more properties that will maintain value, because people need houses. And as long as we have a lack of supply in the housing market, that number can always be continually inflated. As a matter of fact, companies like BlackRock and others can buy houses that are on the cusp or in areas where they might, they could demolish them or they could build them up. And all they have to do is knock a few off the board, and it raises the cost of living everywhere else because there are fewer units available. Standard supply and demand. And when you control the supply and you can eliminate elements of supply, and it takes a long time to fix that supply, you're in a pretty solid space. But when the cost of borrowing money to do that, because you never do it with your own money, especially in real estate and those kind of things, because tornadoes, hurricanes, et cetera, your investors are going to get a little squirrely if you're only making 4.1% on this stuff and you're having to manipulate the market that much, and there's blowback because you're knocking down houses in poor neighborhoods because you want to raise the price and you're trying to force gentrify as opposed to genuinely gentrify, which is people investing back in houses that they get and making their neighborhoods better. Forced gentrification from companies like this will, there's a lot of social blowback on the companies, and they kind of, that's one of the factors they put in, right? Well, once you get up, once the Fed gets close to that number, real estate investors start going, it's less valuable for me to have this in houses and apartment buildings. And they sell them. And to get out before the prices go down because the interest rate is going up. And then they sit for a little while, and then somebody makes a deal on them, and then they sell them because they can't do the exact same. They can't make the same kind of level of profit until somebody buys it that wants to live in the damn thing for the rest of their lives, which is how houses should work. But increasingly, because money was so cheap to borrow, the two groups that benefited from this largely were Silicon Valley, because they can invest in vaporware and, software, and we hope it'll turn into something. And if it does, it'll be magic money because we don't have to build a factory. And so everybody's throwing money after that. And real estate. That's why Trump wanted negative interest rates while he was in office. One of them was so that he could refinance the debt he created as president and not have it on the books as big as it was, because he could wipe out some of it, because he could literally start paring down the national debt by forcing people to pay the Fed to borrow money, or the Fed to give back money. It's so the inverse of actual borrowing and lending structures, like how they should actually work. And it would also, curiously enough, what do you think negative interest rates would do for a real estate developer who wants to snatch up a bunch of houses and hotels and tracts of land, huge tracts of land. One would think, especially if your sons are minding the store and they know exactly when you're going to pull the trigger on that thing, and you've got the inside scoop, you could issue a bond 9 a.m., between 9 a.m. and 9:05, the day it happens, getting a jump on everybody else because we've all seen Trading Places. That's one of the reasons why, Trump wanted to drive that down. And it benefited his family the entire time. No question about that. They restructured most of their loans during that time because they could do it at such a low rate, and lock them in because I'm going to be president for 8 years and you better get on my good side. And so he got all these extra loans from these little weird banks that are now locked into these next to zero loans with this idiot. But now, once these interest rates start to get up to a certain point, they start getting into the human factor, into the area where people, normal people, go, all right, I'm going to live in a house this long, and 5% of that for the loan over the course of 35 years, it's more than I would be paying before, but my parents paid 12 to 19% on their house, and I'm not going to pay that much for that house, but I'll pay, and then you start getting the cost of a house starts going down a little bit, and the value of that money that's in the house starts going along a little bit better. And then people go, well, if I can't make a major profit on my house, I'm not going to sell it and just move quickly. I'm going to stay in it like an investment. I'm going to go along with it. And it also means that true real estate developers who are building tracts of houses for sale to add supply have a reason to do so. Because people aren't going to part with their house, because they want to wait. They're going to maybe add an extra 5 years to sell it so they can get more money out of it over the term. It's just not going to happen as fast. That part of it drives those folks crazy. And what's interesting is because, and we know this, Philip Bittner will be joining us in a minute, but because we are not experiencing monetary inflation, but supply shock caused by the shortening of supply chains all over the world because of our decoupling from China and the reshoring of American manufacturing and our limiting of goods coming from countries that use slave labor for cotton, I kid you not. Because of that, things are going to cost a little more. That's what the cost rise is. It's not monetary inflation. It's stuff's going to cost more because of the people involved. And unless you're pro-slavery, I think that's a good thing. We'll be back right after this with Phil Bittner joining us from Russia. It's the Hal Sparks radio program, Mega Worldwide, now with 100% more. Johnny Million. He's got a Twitch channel, twitch.tv/It's Johnny Million. As do I. You can watch us right now. We'll be back right after this. Yeah, I didn't even get in. I wasn't even on that rant. I didn't even get into the abortion pill stuff, which, by the way, this is another what I would call a right-wing dud grenades. This is the DeSantis, which is, by the way, that's the name. I don't know if you know. That's DeSantis. DeSantis. And if you're writing it, just get does Satanists, they love that idea, but really drives them nuts. So DeSantis. And the more U's and H's you can use, the better. Use up almost all of your characters. DeSantis.
You said that Phil was in Russia.
I did. I'm sorry, from Ukraine. I was reading and talking at the same time. Yeah. Sorry. He's not in Russia. They have not got him. It's the Wall Street Journal reporter who's just been charged with spying that is in Russia. That's what came up in my brain when because I'm moving my stories around. Let me move this over here and go to this guy. Hi, everybody. That part just this Clarence Thomas thing with this. Good Lord. Unbelievable. Okay, so let me open this up. Yeah. And then go with this guy and this guy and this guy and this guy. And we'll bring it. And is Philip? There he is. Okay, good. Yeah, I see him. I had to scroll down. All right, here we go. 1 second. Studio mode. Um, I wish there was a way to like set this stuff up and keep it that way, but apparently not. Whoops, did I get him? Okay, hold on one second. Copy that. Oh, there he is. Okay, it is good. All right, and we'll transition, and there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Philip Bittner joining us. How are you, brother? There you are. Hold on one second. There we go. He's in Ukraine, not Russia. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I was reading about a bunch of, well, I've got a couple of stories. One is the explosion just heard in Sevastopol. The leak supposedly of military plans, which I don't buy. Oops, he didn't hear us.
Coming back 20.
Oh, there. Can you hear us, Phil? Nope. Mute, unmute. There you are. Check, check. Nope.
Do you want more time?
No, we're good. He'll get back in here. I'll bring him in when he comes in. Whoop, we lost him for a second, but he'll pop back in.
Okay.
Might just have to use his phone because.
You're listening to the Hal Sparks radio program, Mega Worldwide.
I've had people walk out
he's back.
before, but not when
There we go.
Yay! All right.
There we go.
I don't care for you.
Now I hear you.
Like you're troweling out.
There we go. And perfect timing. Like I just fixed it. That's great. Ladies and gentlemen, Philip Bittner joining us from Kevin in Ukraine. I don't know why I said Russia. Well, I know why I said Russia because I was reading one of the stories that I wanted to bring up with you. But first of all, how are you, good sir?
Fine. How are you guys?
Excellent. Oh, he's getting a little bit of a slapback echo, but that's all right. It happens. It's one of those weird recycling things. We'll figure it out. Meanwhile, if I may, meanwhile, there are there's a ton of stories happening right now, obviously, and one of the biggest ones I would say is this. Make sure. Okay. One of the biggest ones I would say is this idea, the story about that the U.S. and Ukraine's military plans have leaked on social media. That the counteroffensive leaked on social media. Yeah. Analysis told the publication some of the documents look authentic and can provide the Russian Federation with valuable information. Classified military documents surfaced on Twitter and Telegram. Weirdly, the same day that Elon Musk lets Russian accounts back on. The same day. And the same day he throttles Starlink over Ukraine again. I'm starting to think he's not a good guy. I know you're going to push back on this, but I'm starting to think... Phooey.
Well, it wasn't they weren't just leaked. I mean, somebody hacked them. That's the problem. That's the disturbing part. And now,
yeah, go ahead.
We okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, okay. So there's a couple things about this. One is their photographs. They're basically they're PDFs.
Yeah.
If I understand correctly,
yes.
of documents, and they're old documents. Well, I say they're old. They're about 10 days, give or take, old.
Yeah.
And and they also look like they've been altered.
Oh yeah.
According to the Pentagon, that they've been altered to show less Russian
deaths,
fatalities, casualties.
Mm-hmm.
And other things have been kind of manipulated, it seems.
Yeah.
So they're, I mean, look, this is what Russians do.
Right.
They're better at information warfare. Oh, well, I say they're better at information warfare than we are, but they're not better at information warfare because they keep getting caught.
Right.
But I don't know how detrimental this will be to the counteroffensive. Everybody's playing it down here in Kiev. And within kind of the Western circles, but they wouldn't they? So I don't know. I don't know if this is actually been a detriment to the counteroffensive. There's going to be a counteroffensive. No matter what, there's going to be a counteroffensive.
Right.
The fact that these things were released, were stolen, hacked, and then released into the public sphere, is that going to have an effect on the counteroffensive? I don't know. But certainly it's not good.
Right. Well, in this, it's interesting that a lot of this is the ones that I've seen, anyways, are like, well, of course, that's how it's going to go. The question is when, and the availability and the flexibility of that plan. And we know from from how the Ukrainians have been executing this war so far that flexibility is a major factor in how they do it. And there's been a lot of bait and switch about this as well. So there, the Russian, it could be a fool me once situation with the Russians where they've been talking about a particular area. They're going to push back in this one particular area, and then they go and hit Kherson instead, or they go and hit Kharkiv instead, baiting north and south, trying to keep the Russians off guard because they know they have limited resources. And so they don't, the idea is that if they know the plan, they can park their resources and their men in the path of that main attack. There's every reason to believe, if you're a Russian and you have any brains at all, that it isn't.
Yeah, why would the Russians? The question I have, though, then is why would the Russians let it be publicly known that they have these documents?
Mm-hmm.
Because why not just let that? It's like what we did in the Second World War. If you know the history of the Enigma machine, the guys at Bletchley who cracked the German code of the Navy. It was the naval Enigma code that they cracked, and they had to actually let convoys go into wolf packs because they knew that if they said divert your convoy, the Germans would be like, "Aha!" Right. So why would the Russians release it? Now we get into speculation, and I want everybody to take their big old grain of salt, put it right in front of them, and get ready to take it with what I'm about to say. And I have heard speculation that this was actually purposefully leaked so that it would get into Russian armed forces' minds, and it would be a psychological warfare attack against them. To be like, hey, this is what's coming your way.
Right.
So the argument is that it wasn't actually it wasn't hacked and leaked by the Russians, but it's a psychological attack being done by either the Ukrainians or Langley or the Pentagon.
Right.
Again, now's the time to consume your grain of salt.
Right.
So there's that. There's also the fact that it's that it was done by Russia to put Ukraine on its back foot and have to adjust its battle plans. There's talk that that it really is the kind of diminishment of Russian casualties that they want. That was the purpose of it in its entirety.
Right.
But we just don't know. But again, as I say, with or without your grain of salt, it's disturbing that this is floating around there.
Right.
But look,
you
have to. Everybody talks about how great Volodymyr Zelensky is, and he is. He has been an amazing leader for this country during this entire war period.
Right.
But there's somebody that hardly gets talked about, and that's Valery Zaluzhny, who is the head of the armed forces, Ukrainian armed forces, and he is a wily guy. He is tricky. He is smart. He is agile. Ukraine is incredibly lucky to have him on their side during this war, and I think he will adjust his battle plans accordingly.
Right.
We're still waiting for spring to shift into the later part of spring, heading towards summer when the ground is going to be more susceptible to moving armor and stuff around.
Right.
But anyhow, we'll see. The counteroffensive is still coming. I don't know if this changes anything about it, though.
Personally, I don't think so. What I do think is that this actually points more in the direction of what you were talking about, as far as if you have a new battle plan and you've totally adjusted, leaking the old one is one of the other strategies you could do. When you create a battle plan, you're going to come up with at least 5 major options, and then 10, also, flexible options, for each that are in the dozens, right? But in those major offensives, you're come up with one, and then you go, know what? We're scrapping that one. Nope. None of that. It's all going to be this kind of situation. And as there's been a lot of changes in the availability of arms and what's coming in from Russia and that kind of stuff, it makes sense that they would go, actually, we thought we were going to be fighting this, and we're actually fighting this. So totally different approach. And then what you do is you leak the old one. And they think they have the strategy. And it's also a great way, if you do have a problem, if you think you have a porous intel situation, is you do what I would call the color code system, which is you put details. You got 5 different people and you don't know where the mole is. You give each person all the same information, but with a different key detail. And wherever that key detail shows up in the leaked stuff and gets reported back to you, you see it, that's the person, right? Everybody thinks they have the same information and they don't. And that's where need to know and all that stuff works in military planning. So it wouldn't surprise me if if this is another way that Ukraine has had to deal with, Russian sympathizers inside the government for a while. It's, they had to purge a bunch of them earlier this year. This might be the last straw before the spring offensive, so they can't have somebody sneaking away to a phone call in the toilet and telling them what's going on. And this is the last, they needed a big move to get somebody out. That in my theory, because this is real life and death, this is real stuff. These are the kinds of things that occur when people are, securing those kind of things. And we got about a minute before we take a break, and I want to remind everybody in the chat room to get your questions ready for Philip that you might have at infotainmentwars.com. You can join the chat there. Or you can go to the Facebook page or to twitch.tv/HalSparks. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe. It doesn't cost you a dime. Now, the next story
the last thing I'll say on that,
yeah.
the last thing I'll say about that whole leaked hacked plan, whatever, nobody's panicking.
Right.
I mean, now they wouldn't publicly, would they? But certainly there is no sense of panic within
there's not even
government
leaks.
or within the military. No,
ironically, there are no leaks of people panicking. There's no speaking on condition of anonymity. There's a person that I talked to that said everybody's freaking out because nobody is. Which I think leans more in the direction of us talking about this, the way we're doing. The next thing I want to talk about, though, after the break, though, is Victor Boot had advice for Donald Trump. We'll be back right after this. It's the Hal Sparks Radio program, Mega Worldwide. While you're in the break, follow Philip Ittner, 1L, 2Ts on Twitter for as long as it lasts. And, of course, check out his vlog on YouTube. We'll be back right after this. I'm sure you heard that. Like you heard the Victor Boot thing.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Hilarious. Yeah, Johnny, if you've seen
I didn't listen to the video.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. These days,
it's trolling.
It's totally trolling. It's absolutely, and it's fantastic that dude, look who your friends are in the world. Yikes.
Yeah.
I mean, not that guy's a friend for real. I mean, probably if Trump walked into a room with him and Victor Boot,
Yeah. And you are.
Yeah.
It's also the way they approach Trump. I get a kick out of the way they approach Trump because it's a gift that just keeps on giving. Because he can either be great for them or he can be a skewer that they can turn back on the West. So,
yeah. It's amazing.
Good, thank you.
Wait, I can't hear Chicago now? Do you guys hear Chicago and I don't? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
That's weird. I couldn't hear them. You could. So that's odd. Okay. We'll just work around that then, I guess. I suppose. Chicago,
we are
can
back.
You check for me? Oh, we're back. Good. Okay. Well, you'll just have to let me know. That's fantastic. Anyway, welcome back to the show. It's Mega World. Before the break, I teased a little bit, as I am wont to do. And our dear friend Whitner, of course, knows about this. And Johnny Million's going to get to learn about this live on the air, which I think is fun. That Johnny Million, do you remember who we traded Brittany Griner for?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Old
The Merchant of Death?
Yeah, does that ring a bell? The Merchant of Death? Does that... Chevy Chase's...
I do remember a lot of people crying that it was not an even trade.
Yes, right. Okay, so it was a guy named Victor Boot, who they called the Merchant of Death. Nicolas Cage was starring the movie about him. There's arguments that that Chevy Chase's character in Deal of the Century is based on the I guess the myth about the guy back in the day, or whoever he took his job from. Same, like whoever he came up under. So it's been around in American, pop culture. It's been B grade, C grade action movie pop culture and comedy for a long time, this Victor Boot fella. And he decided to step up and do some stand-up of his own because Victor Boot had some advice for Donald Trump. Oh. He wrote Trump a telegram note because that's where creeps hang out and write to each other. And he wrote, "I believe your life is in peril. The Biden administration will not stop just by dragging you through the court/prison industrial complex." The nerve of this guy. Prison industrial oh God. "They would sooner end your life than let you stand in their way." Bout told Trump, whom he has long admired, that he would find a, quote, safe haven from here that you could lead the fight for the American people. He means Russia. He thinks Donald Trump should escape to Russia. And all I can say is I guarantee it has occurred to him occasionally.
Yeah, hasn't that been the plan?
Right. Yeah. This is this guy's special. And Victor Boot, Phil, we haven't heard much from him. This is, I think, the first we've heard from him since the exchange, except for maybe
bits and bobs.
Yeah.
He did a couple of things. He sat down and I think he did an interview with Butina.
Right. Right. Yeah, the other escapee.
The spy, one of the Russian spies who infiltrated. I think he sat down and did an interview with her. He's kind of been around, but this is the biggest profile thing he's done since the Butina interview.
Right.
He's an arms dealer. He's a really bad guy. I was one of those who was concerned about exchanging him for Griner, but at the end of the day, I'm happy she's home and safe. And so, okay, I'm not going to get upset. I feel bad for kind of all the people who died at the hands of Victor Boot's, machinations. Anyhow, getting off of that, this is trolling. Nobody really believes that Trump is going to find exile in Russia. It would be a heck of a story, and it would be, a Hollywood movie in the making. But the realistic chances that Donald Trump is going to sneak out in the middle of the night from Mar-a-Lago and somehow find his way to Sochi and be buddies with Putin in his mansion down there. That's not going to happen. They're They know exactly how to troll the West. They know exactly how to troll America. He's
but I think they're only trolling like MAGA and Trump himself. Use. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how he ends up. Yeah,
and the Russians get a good laugh out of it. The Russians get a good laugh out of it.
Right.
So it speaks to the Russian audience because they're like, look how screwed up America is that their former president, the orange idiot, would come running and find solace here in Russia. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. And by the way, in between discussions about how they're going to snipe Putin and take his job. Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, if you take this proposal seriously, which you shouldn't, but let's just for a moment say that we're going to take it seriously.
That's right.
How long is Trump going to be safe once Putin is deposed when he loses this war? So no, that's another reason why that's never going to happen. It would be a stupid thing for not that anything's ever stopped Trump from doing something stupid, but
I saw some clip of Putin.
Hold on. Yeah, Johnny,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
with that big delay, I saw some clip of Putin not getting a response or applause at the end of some speech he was making recently. Is that a reflection on his influence there?
That's the ambassadors, right?
Yeah, that's a different story. That's a different story. But yeah, I mean, we're pretty much look. The thing from Victor Boot is a joke, and it's trolling, and it's meant for Russian consumption as much as anything else. Trump is not going to find exile in Russia. What Johnny's referring to is there were 7 every year in every country. Pretty much the head of state. This is protocol. He or she greets the diplomatic corps, the new incoming ambassadors. And what happened this week was that Putin recognized that there was 17 new ambassadors who were taking up their position, taking up their posts.
Right.
And one of them was our new ambassador. And he went out of his way in his speech to just rail again. I mean, just named her by name and just pointed her out, which is totally improper in these protocol is protocol. There's diplomatic protocol. This is not what you do. And he named her and he just dressed her down and attacked America. Of course, the war is America's fault. The fact that there's no good relationship between Russia and the USA is, of course, America's fault. And then at the end of this tirade, he kind of like drew it to a close, and everybody just kind of stood there. And he went, "That's the end of my speech."
Mm-hmm.
And they all went, "Okay."
Wow.
You know.
Yeah,
and,
it was
again, no applause, no recognition, crickets, and Putin just kind of like doesn't know what to do, and he kind of shrugs his shoulders, and he says the Russian word for "well, that's all," and then he turns, and the thing that I really took away from it is what happened next, because he organizes his papers, he realizes he's not going to get a response from the diplomatic corps, shrugs his shoulders, says in Russian, "That's it," and then as he turns, he says in English, "Good luck to you all," or "Best of luck to you all," or something. I'm paraphrasing. But he said it in English, and it's like, buddy.
Yeah.
I mean, how humiliating.
Yeah. So
it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart.
It is. And yesterday on, or maybe it was the day before, but it's hard to keep track of the time difference. But on Ross TV I think it was on 60 Minutes or Solovyov's show or whatever, the big complaint from them was that because of a Washington Post story where they showed aerial photographs from Mazars, the company that owns the satellites that America pays for, and then Maxar rents. Yeah,
I'm betting they're referring to Skabeva. Yeah, the Maxar.
Yes, it was Skabeva. Yeah, Skabeva. Yeah, Olga Skabeva. Yeah, she's pissed.
Yes,
her biggest complaint is that. And I quote, "America sees everything." And I guess, or technically speaking, I would guess her true complaint is we see everything and then we tell the Ukrainians. That's the biggest problem. Which says something else to me. This is all in relation to the Chinese partnership allegedly that exists between Russia and China and all that kind of stuff. That her complaint is based on more than likely griping with the state people that she works with all the time before they prep that show. As somebody who's been on panel shows and somebody who's done these kind of punditry things, you can tell who's got an inside scoop and who's been talking to who and all that stuff all the time. And in doing so, they get riled up about one particular point before they get on the air. Right? The thing is dragging them. It makes them mad. In this case, it was this Washington Post story that uses the Maxar footage, and this idea that they're like, they see everything, which means that, and the Chinese balloon should tell you something, that the Chinese satellites aren't working or are not providing them the extra information they thought they were going to get 6 months ago, and the Russians don't work anymore, or they're just not able to get information from them the way they thought they would be able to, and so they're basically blind. That's the complaint. It's when you complain about someone else's site, it's usually based on the idea of what you're denied seeing, right? And that seems to be where they are right before this thing is coming. The Americans can see where we're parked, and they're telling the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians are going to attack us in this spring offensive, and we don't know what they can see, but we just have to assume they see, and I quote, everything. Yeah. She said, in other words, the Americans see everything, and if so, then so do the Ukrainians in this sense. How to organize defense when everything is in full view? That was her complaint.
Yeah. What we lovely little Olga doesn't recognize is that Mazar is open source. Mazar is a commercial is a mapping satellite technology that anybody, if you've got the money, you can go and order up satellite imagery from Mazar as a private citizen.
Mm-hmm.
So she's right. Everybody can see this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the bad news. I'm betting you dollars for donuts that the CIA and the Pentagon have way better imaging than what Mazar is putting out.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I mean, like by factors
That's the
of
cable TV
10
version.
or 20. I mean, it's just
right.
Oh yeah, exactly. And it makes me laugh because it's like, well, I mean, if you can buy that, all these guys, all these mill bloggers, all these OSINT guys, these open source intelligence guys, they're relying on things like Mazar.
Yeah.
What are the classified satellite imagery looking like? Exactly. And you don't think that Langley? Of course, Langley. Of course, the DoD.
We all love.
I know. Look, I know this for a fact. For a fact that the Ukrainians shop. That we and the Ukrainians workshop. We get together in a place in Germany. The American military commanders and this is everybody knows this. This has been well reported.
Right.
American military leaders get together with Ukrainian military leaders and they game this stuff out. And when I say game this stuff out, I literally mean game this stuff out. It's like a big, presumably, where they basically play a big old war game, D&D kind of, okay, your unit's here and your unit's there and that kind of stuff, based on the satellite imagery that the actual U.S. military and the Five Eyes in the Sky, which is we share with the Brits, the Aussies, New Zealanders, and the Kiwis, and one other I'm gapping on. But they game this stuff out with the Ukrainians. We know this for a fact.
Yep.
Before the Ukrainians do anything, they go to this base in Germany and they game it out with the Americans. That's where the real stuff is. That's where not Mazar's stuff. That's where the real stuff is. That's another reason why the Ukrainians have a massive advantage. Although it doesn't quite get it.
And the funny thing is if they had the kind of technology that's just commercially available, and sanctions keep them from getting that stuff. They might try to buy it through somebody else. I'm sure they'll try to avoid it. They'll try to buy it from a sympathetic audience and have it, transmitted. But then you catch that transmission in process, you're in huge trouble. It's a lot of files. It's a lot of, those kind of file transfers. They're checking those kind of places all the time. And we'll talk about it on the other side of the break. I also have this.
And one quick. I think if the military or law enforcement in the United States finds out Mazar is sending their stuff to Russia, they're in deep trouble on the other side.
True. We'll talk about this. And Medvedev's comments that in many ways match Sagar from Breaking Points and a bunch of the other tankies. It seems we used to think they were getting Putin talking points. Apparently they're getting Medvedev talking points as well. We'll be back right after this.
How bad is the delay?
It's it's reasonable as usual. It's a couple of seconds. I mean, we could do a clap and you could see. Watch. Wait for.
Oh, not so bad.
Yeah. So that's our distance. And by the way, I'll let you know when we're getting up on a break by making the breaky hand signal that I learned from Stephanie Miller. Yeah. So we can, give us that'll give us like 30 seconds to wind into it. That'll, we'll do that ongoing. That'll help. And Medvedev said his big quote that I wanted to bring up was, why will Ukraine disappear? Because no one needs it. Wow. What a douchebag. Which is, by the way, was Sagar on Breaking Points with Crystal Balls. Like they were making that like this case like nobody in Nebraska is affected by what goes on in Ukraine. You're like, oh my God. Nobody in Nebraska cares if there's mass graves being created. How's that going to affect their coffee shop in Iowa or whatever? Good Lord.
We're back in 15 if you can't hear Chicago.
I still 15, cannot. So you're on. Yeah, thank you. I'm not quite sure why. But I do see noise being made. You can bring me back in, Johnny.
We are back.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Million is there. Follow at Johnny Million on Twitter. And, of course, at Philip Ittner, 1L2Ts on Twitter as well for as long as it happens. Until anybody decides to start a Substack, of course, and then they'll be shut down. I'm sure you heard about Matt Taibbi's. He quit Twitter.
Yes,
yesterday. It's so good. Guys, if you're dancing with snakes, one of them's gonna bite you. I don't get it. It's the weirdest thing. These guys they're like the equivalent of, the Tangies are like Baptist snake handlers. Those people are like, the Lord will protect me from the venom of this vile beast, and then snap. Oh, there, he's dead. That's how it works. Ask any of the oligarchs that are still alive and that are on the run before they magically trip and fall into a noose while shooting their family accidentally while hunting. There's so much. Okay, so before the break, we were talking about the fact that Medvedev, who was like Putin light for a long time, they would swap positions, because you can't stay in the same position, right? That was the idea, is that he was a placeholder for the... Yes, exactly. That's exactly right. He claimed that Ukrainians, quote, are forced to live in constant anxiety and fear. Gee, I wonder why. And he said that Ukraine would disappear. And because, this is the quote, why will Ukraine disappear? Because no one needs it. And my first question is, what exactly does Russia do?
Well, yeah, what do we need them for?
What's the gig? What?
Yeah, and if nobody needs Ukraine, why are you so darn determined to try and seize it?
Right. Why wouldn't it just fade out?
Why
don't you wait till it dies of old age? Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah. Why are you waging a disastrous war? And expending all this capital and young lives, not so young, but lives of your own soldiers, if it doesn't really matter. I mean, his whole argument. First off, we have to address the fact that Medvedev, it is widely known, has been hitting the bottle, or is widely speculated, not known. Widely speculated that Medvedev. Yeah, how odd. But moving on from that, he said a whole bunch of silly stuff with this. It was like it's going to be this massive drain on the European Union. Well, no, actually, there's a huge agribusiness industry here. Right. There's massive in IT. There's a massive military-industrial complex. This is the breadbasket of Europe.
Right.
Why? It's going to be a massive boon to the EU.
Yeah, that seems like an absurd thing to assert. Yeah. Okay,
it's
one more
thing.
Maybe
of being an idiot.
Right. One
Check
more
out
thing
him
before we
dancing.
take our question.
Anybody take a Google and do Google for Medvedev dancing. You'll get a good laugh.
Oh, good. All right, cool. Let's see if I can
He
put him
can't.
up.
Man can't dance.
All right.
The man cannot dance.
Yeah, the same result if you Google Johnny Million dancing. The man can't dance.
Yeah, fair enough. But I'm not the former president of Russia.
Right. And by the way, if you Google Hal Sparks can't dance, 0 returns on Google. 0, because I absolutely can. And quite well. Johnny's seen it. Anyways, one more thing. Before we get in our questions, because I'm sure we have a few. Yes, Johnny Million?
Oh, yeah, we've got a few.
Yeah,
and
cool.
one right off the gate is B.P. says Phil's looking great. Getting some sun out there, Phil?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Spring? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as cold, I suppose.
What was your? I have a final point as well, but go ahead.
Okay.
I like to reply to all compliments with yeah, right.
Loud explosion heard in Sevastopol, Crimea. Is the one when the initial report was that it was in, and I know I'll muck up this particular name. What is it? Like Fjord, I don't know, whatever. Oh, Feodosia.
In Feodosia.
Yeah. Oh,
Really? They put it in Feodosia.
Yeah. So they previously reported those.
Feodosia is a weird little town. It's a weird little town. It's actually mostly comprised of Russian dachas, seaside resort town. But, some of the officer corps, I bet will have Russian officers from the naval base Sevastopol will probably have dachas there. So, an explosion in Feodosia is kind of, I hadn't actually heard that one.
2 of them.
A lot's going on. Yeah. Well, like I said, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if there's an officer corps there that may have had their house, or their family, who knows. Yeah, no, again, another instance. I mean, there was an explosion earlier in the week in Melitopol, which appears to have been partisan activity. So on the other side of the battle lines, they blew up a bunch of reinforcements because Melitopol is being used as a transport hub. Yeah, more things going boom on the other side of the divide, on the other side of the battle line. So, and my quick thing before we get into questions is, in the last 48 hours, as we move into Ramadan, the Islamic holiday of Ramadan, and iftar, the evening meal, which you fast during Ramadan if you're a Muslim, has been celebrated by pretty much every major Ukrainian dignitary, from Zelensky to Zaluzhny and a whole bunch of other people, going and celebrating iftar and breaking their fast at the end of the evening. So you have a Jewish president in a mostly Christian country celebrating and instituting the recognition of Ramadan every year, which is an Islamic celebration, in a fascist country, which is shutting down religious freedoms and press and all. These two narratives do not meet. They don't. I mean, Zelensky is standing there saying we are going to celebrate Ramadan, and how does that gel with this idea that the place is filled with fascists?
Right.
So
it's very
very interesting to me. I found that
when they
fascinating.
attack pluralism in general all the time, the idea of acceptance of anybody different, it gets really. I think it makes the tankies' job harder, which I enjoy. That's all. I just know that.
Me too.
That they have a squirm in their future that gets added to the stack of squirms. That said, let's grab some questions, because you and I could do this. We'll do this on Wednesday. We could do this all the time. I could do this all day. So,
all right, so I've got a question from Be Pragmatic that came in very early, asking, what's a school day like for Kiev children and teens? Do you know?
Well, I know generally. I can't speak to Kiev specifically, but I was out in Lviv about a month ago, and I did have this conversation with a school out there. And they said one of the problems that they were having was that in order to be safe, they have to split their classes up between remote education and actually in-person education. And it's not because they don't have capacity. It's not because they don't have teachers. It is because should there be a bomb or should there be an air raid siren, there's not enough room in the bomb shelter. So it's not capacity in the classroom that matters. It's capacity in the bomb, in the air raid shelter, which is just incredibly depressing.
Right.
That's how they live their lives. Having said that, a lot of work is being done on providing them with. I was out again. I encourage everybody to go take a look at my blog. It's probably from about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, where I was out in Lviv, and there was an international Ukrainian Children's Action Program with a colleague and a friend of mine, Erwin Redliner, delivering tablets so that these kids could do remote learning. So go take a look at that blog. It's very simple. I think I just called it The Kids. But they are adjusting. They have to. They have no choice. The other devastating thing, though, is that as you go further and further east towards the front line, where things are absolutely decimated, a lot of schools have been destroyed for a lot of different reasons. Some because the Russians just like to indiscriminately bomb stuff, but also because schools, hospitals, train stations, warehouses, anything big is where you're going to billet your soldiers. And this is just the way it is in warfare. As much as I loathe the Russians, this isn't just them that do this. They become, in quotation marks, legitimate targets because you roll into a city. You're an armed force coming into the city. Either the Ukrainians recovering territory or the Russians, trying to push westward. You're going to need a place where your soldiers can sleep, and you need big buildings. And sadly, schools are often the case. So a lot of schools have been destroyed, so it's a very depressing situation. But kids and people in Ukraine generally are desperate to try and keep normalcy. So I hope that answers that question.
Yeah. Also, just for the record, the UN held election week, and of the 14 commissions that exist, 14 commissions, councils, and expert groups that exist in the UN, Russia was only elected to 2. It normally holds seats on all of them, or at least 8, the big ones. And one of them was by assertion, meaning nobody wants to do so, we'll do this one. So it wasn't really a vote. And I find it hilarious that like Estonia and other countries were the ones that blocked it. Armenia did it as well, which is amazing considering circumstances. And then the Czech Republic blocked them on one of these. Russia is now on the Commission for Social Development, an intergovernmental working group of experts on international accounting and reporting, which is hilarious. The Commission for Social Development is like protecting minority rights and trying to do this in other countries, which is hilarious. It's almost like they only put the Russians there just to watch them grind their teeth. Like, okay, I suppose we should fight AIDS. Yeah, sure. Like that's literally just to aggravate them. And then they acclaimed that they would be on the Intergovernmental Working Group of Experts on International Accounting and Reporting Standards, which is not going to do anything. It's the same. And they're out of the SWIFT system, so they can't even see half the stuff. So it's hilarious. But I just wanted to point that out. And let's take a break, and when we come back, more questions for Philip Bittner. Okay. It's the House Sparks Radio program, Mega Worldwide. We only had 1 minute, so I just we wouldn't have been able to get into substance.
Yeah, I thought I saw you. I thought I'd get in. I thought I got in under my 30 seconds when you did your break thing, but I guess I didn't because you riffed there for a little bit.
Yes, no, I was winding it to that. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah, they were on the Human Rights Council before, and then not anymore. They're on the they're at the kiddies table.
Well, did you see? Do you see all the guys that walked out when Lvova, yeah, whatever her name is, the woman who was indicted with Putin at the ICC, she addressed the UN Security Council. You know, was I'm sure was on purpose.
20 seconds.
And Yanks, 20 seconds, Yanks and stuff walked out. Yanks, Brits, a few others all walked out. I mean, it's just to have them at the seat of the Security Council right now when there's wars going on is just it doesn't shine well on the United Nations.
New. And we'll go straight to your question. The next question, Johnny.
Happy song right now.
Oh, look at that! Yay!
The weather is cloudy or breezy. I'll be there to say, hey, come on, let's take it easy. Because isn't it nice to have the friends that you do? And isn't it nice that the sky is so blue? And isn't it nice to say, I love you, chugga chugga choo choo, woo woo. I am smiling, you are smiling, let us smile together. Whether the weather is cloudy or stormy, I will still be there in the morning. I'll be right by your side in the morning. I'll make you breakfast in the morning. I hope that you like cereal.
Fabulous! Yay! There you go. I had to, So, a bunch.
That's my Patron. That's my latest acquisition. That's my Patron pillow. For those of you who are listening on the radio, I have an adorable Patron, the bomb-stemming dog pillow.
Yes, indeed you do.
There you
go. So, a couple things. The primary one being, and I think I figured out what the issue is with not here in Chicago. I can solve it while you're asking questions. Is I have a lot to talk about, and we might do a little bit of like a couple questions after the show ends on the live stream. If you're like bumping over there, but at the very least, Johnny Melly, what's our next question that's in there?
From Nick Rich, does Phil have any plans of returning to places like Odessa for updates?
Yeah, I do. It may not be. It may not be Odessa. It might be east. I'm thinking maybe Kharkiv. But yeah, I will. I'd love to get. I'm always happy to go to Odessa. It's a wonderful city. So, yeah, I do. I have plans for updates and getting around the country a little bit more.
Got a question from Elizabeth. They're curious about the UN Security Council President's response about it's Russia this month.
Yes, and we were talking about that in the gap. Since April 1st, terrible April Fool's joke. Russia's representative UN is chair of the UN Security Council. It is very controversial. The Ukrainians are furious about it. Of course, a lot of people are very angry about it. This is maybe not the best time for them to be heading the UNSC, and it's my humble opinion what we could do about it, but it's not. It doesn't shine a good light on the United Nations. I'll tell you that. I mean, if we had an international body during the Second World War, would we let the Nazis take a turn?
No, it's ridiculous.
I mean, it's not good.
Especially like the last time it was in February, right? Of last year, because they rotate.
There's a rotation. Yeah, it's a rotation, and then you have the temporary members and all the rest of it. They cycle through it. So that's why I say I don't know what you could do to stop it. But also at the same time, this is an aggressor state, which is actually contradicting the entire foundational beliefs and rules and purpose for the United Nations is to avoid war. And these guys have started a war of aggression in Ukraine. So, I know it's controversial, but my personal opinion is something should have been done too. And it would have driven Moscow insane, of course, but, tough. You're an aggressive state.
Cares, right, exactly. At a certain point, like, who are we worried about offending? It's excellent point. Let's get another one, Johnny Million. So let's do it as rapid fire as we can to get him in there.
See, what does Philip think of Finland joining NATO?
I think it's fantastic. I did not know this, but Finland's military I mean, I kind of knew this, but I didn't know it until now. Finland's military is no joke. They have been spending a lot of money on their military, and it is an incredibly.
You know what? Let me parlay that into the next question from EZE Network. Will Finland now send troops or weapons to the Ukraine to reinforce their border against Russia?
Yeah, they already have. They've already been sending stuff. They're going to send more stuff. I don't know if them joining NATO will be the determinant factor in that. I would be surprised if it is. But you're right, Johnny. This is kind of all tied into one thing, because to pick up where I was before that secondary question, Finland's military is incredibly powerful for a single nation state.
Yeah.
Probably because they have a history of fighting with Russia, and as they weren't part of NATO, they had to build up their own military for a potential incursion by Russia. So they have been taking their military capacity very seriously. They're going to just slot right into NATO, no problem whatsoever. So, and also the other quick thing about that before we go to another question is, if genuinely the issue was NATO expansion, then why do we not hear the Kremlin scream? Why do we not hear the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia going absolutely ballistic about a stretch of border that directly connects with Russia, and in effect doubles NATO's connection, direct connection to Russia? Why was it Ukraine was such a threat, but Finland, a very powerful country militarily and with an enormous border and with a very contentious history with Russia, that was fine.
Right.
It just they don't care about that when it comes to Ukraine. What they care about is subduing their colonial territories that they've had, and their
also for the record, like the border of Finland and Russia is I think 3 times the size of the border of Ukraine with Russia. So if your concern is NATO stuff on our border, then why didn't you go after Finland a long time ago? Well, I'll tell you, because Finland would have kicked your butt. That's why.
Yeah, that's
that's
how it sounds.
exactly why.
They just went after what they thought the weak win would be.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see. Yeah, we got time. Keep rolling them, Johnny. Let's try to get through them.
Yeah. So I got another one from Elizabeth. Has Philip seen the Russian Federation presentation blocked by the U.S. and the U.K.? It was something about a kidnapping mastermind. I'm sorry, Elizabeth, if I'm messing this up.
Kidnapping mastermind. Oh, read that to me one more time, Johnny, because I'm not quite getting it.
Has Philip seen the Russian Federation presentation blocked by the U.S. and the U.K.?
The presentation, is this about the kidnapping of children and the taking of children? Sorry,
Elizabeth.
There's been a lot. There's the UK blocked by the US and the UK their presentation. I don't know what that's in reference to. I mean,
there's a lot of things like that going on at any given time.
There's a lot of things like that. I need to know more specifics about what exact presentation it was that was stopped, because the Russians argue all the time that that they are not able to get their propaganda out. I think that's not true, because actually they're very good at getting their messaging out. But a presentation, if it's regards to the children thing, I know that they put together some sort of statement and stuff that hasn't been really disseminated in the West about how, oh no, we're not kidding children, we're saving them from the war zone. We're being really good people. By this war we started, all these orphans we've created, we're then now taking them and spiriting them away to Chechnya and places, provinces out in the middle of nowhere. But they tilt the prism of the narrative. It's the same story. A kid is taken from Ukraine and is sent to Russia. The Russians say they're rescuing him from a war zone. The Ukrainians say you're still stealing our children. So I think there was a report that they put out in that regard. This might even be actually the report I was talking about, the UNSC, because this is the the woman in charge of children's affairs, she presented at the UNSC and they walked out, as I mentioned earlier. I don't know if that's what Elizabeth is referring to. If she wants to get back in touch and specifically say what's reported is that is not being put out into the West, in the US and UK, I'd be happy to respond to it.
Let's and real quick, somebody was asking me why I referenced earlier, don't buy from Temu. That's because it's just the new sort of front for Alibaba in the United States. It's directly funding the CCP. It's one of their ways to get rid of a lot of stacked up inventory in China and move it into the Western market.
That's
and so
the
they're
one
doing
that's
this
like
huge
ridiculously cheaper than Amazon.
Yes, and there's ads everywhere, and they take advantage of the postal service. They're trying to do the same thing to American, consumers that they do to African consumers and Middle Eastern consumers, which is undercut local stores entirely to get people hooked on them as a source again. And if you avoid it long enough, if you could just not buy from it for give it a year, stick to everything else give it a year, you'll see that it will go away because it's just a front. That's why somebody asked during that break. Now, that said, we'll end on the decline of Sergei Horseface Lavrov, which is an article that I saw. But I want to grab another question from Johnny. So go ahead.
Well, here's a quick comment into a question. Connie Kelly is very happy to see her girl Olga back behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And Kevin has a question. What does Phil know about the Russian fighter pilots that defected with their jets?
Oh yeah, those guys.
My God, that was has it happened again, or are we talking about almost at the beginning of the war? Because I know that happened at the beginning of the war. I haven't heard any reports of it happening recently. But yeah, there was a whole thing about them getting out at the beginning of the war, and it was basically just defections. Because they didn't want to. There's also because Ukraine's air defenses are very strong. But you're hitting me with another. I mean, I need to know a little bit more details with these questions before I can answer them properly, because I haven't heard anything like that happening recently. Right. I don't think it would have happened, and I wouldn't have.
That came up again. That came up again in one of the other stories about the one of the guys in Putin's circle that just defected. And
now that's a great story. Yeah.
Yeah. And right, so he's the guy who's been talking crap about Putin and telling everybody, his current physical and mental state. That guy, I think, and so that story might be related to that. He's amongst the people who also defected were these guys with their planes. You might have seen that again as a reference, possibly. That's where I'm going with it. I'm blitzing on that guy's name right now, but he basically has been. Mainly what he's been giving is tea. He's been talking about, Putin's mental state and how he couldn't work for the guy anymore because he's just a murderous lunatic at this point. But at the same time, that he's losing it, but not losing it in a way that people are like, he's going to reach for the button, but just that he's losing it like he might start, making out with a painting. That kind of stuff, or.
Okay, so this might be connected. I'm just taking a quick look. This may be connected to a series of reports that actually we've been hearing, not just about planes, but also about other hardware. That so Ukraine has had a program of promoting defections. They've got a whole hotline system that you can call and say, I want to defect.
If you want to hear the rest of that, you can hang around. Yeah, we ran out of time. You want to hear more of that, stick around on the live stream. But thank you, Chicago. Thanks, everybody there. Take care of yourself and take care of somebody else. And next week, we're going to talk about the Jan 6er from Chicago who just got time added to his sentence. Yeah, he got more time because of Tucker Carlson and the videos that were released. Like I said would happen. We'll see you next time.
Thanks, everybody.
I fixed it so I can hear Chicago in the thing.
Did you hear the very end?
I did.
Take care, guys.
All right, thanks, Chicago. Appreciate it, guys.
Chicago.
Thanks. Yeah. Anyway, so you were saying about got multiple folks because we got squunched on time.
No, yeah, I'll just write. Yeah, they got Ukraine's got a whole program of, it's called I Want to Live, and it's a hotline that Russian soldiers can call. and say, I want to defect. And they've recently been pushing to say, don't just you defect, bring some of your stuff over with you. It's my understanding it's mostly been tanks and stuff, artillery, tanks, things like that.
Right.
But if they're able to convince a Russian pilot to come over with a couple of fighters, yeah. So
yeah, the guy I was talking about is a guy named Gleb Karakulov.
No question. So we go for a few more.
Yeah, there was a guy named Gleb Karakulov. He snuck out through Kazakhstan, went to Turkey with his wife and daughter, switched off his phone, shut out.
Oh yeah, that story with his wife and daughter. That's a great story.
Yeah,
that's a movie.
He was an officer in Putin's elite personal security service, one of his body men. He was one of the few that have fled that have rank besides.
And he had to say to the rest of the Presidential Protection Agency, he had to say, I've got an upset stomach. I'm gonna stay in a little while, in the hotel. And then he said, "Oh, I'm feeling better, but John, I'm not on duty right now, so I'm gonna go to the market and pick up." But this was all just delaying tactics for him to kind of so that the other guys in the Presidential Protection Service didn't twig to the idea that something was up. And while all that was going on, he went to the airport with his kid and his wife. And he was sitting in the terminal sweating bullets, and he was getting these continual calls on his cell phone, and he basically just turned off the phone, boarded the plane, and got out of there. So, just by the very skin of his, chin. And it's a great story. It's a great story. And he's also a great source of information about what's happening internally within the Kremlin and within Putin's administration. And what he is saying is that Putin is almost like pathologically paranoid. Mm-hmm. He's completely, he won't meet with anybody. He's terrified somebody's going to kill him or poison him or infect him with a disease.
I don't think that sounds that crazy. I think that sounds like a reasonable fear to have.
It's also a thing about these, and this is a buddy of mine who is a Russian journalist told me this years ago. He said one of the problems during COVID was that normally the Presidential Protection Service has to be the one that authorizes who can actually, physically meet with the president of the Russian Federation. So they're actually able to vet who he's talking to. They at least know who he's having interactions with. But since he's become so terribly paranoid after COVID and now during this entire conflict, they're like, we don't know who he's talking to.
Right.
He is getting some information from people that we just do not know. And he's unhinged.
And that's
is
when
what
we
this
find
guy
out
who defected is saying. And also the guy
he's been talking to a friend of his online called Dark Brandon, who is like Joe Biden using a ChatGPT voice and translator, has been like messing with his mind the whole time. Just like it's been a Joe Biden psyop. By the way, this guy Karakulov said our president has become
without Jones' voice.
That's right. Yeah, he's been using Jones' voice. Mr. Putin, I'm so glad to meet you. Whatever. I'm glad you're not a crisis actor.
You gotta get out of there. You gotta get out of there. You gotta get out of there.
Get run for it. They're gonna kill you. Our president has become a war criminal. This guy said it's time to end this war and stop being silent. He was responsible for secure communications. And so moral opposition to Russia's war and invasion of Ukraine and his fear of dying was what drove him to speak out. Also, insofar as the State Department and others can tell, everything he said matches up with the other stuff that they've heard. So it's not like, they always have to, because there's always a chance that fake defectors, that became a big thing in the mid 80s, was fake defectors. They would send you, people like, because they would take advantage of, your goodness. Meanwhile, we'd have U.S. Tried that once. That person died. Magically. They just had an accident. Oh, they were so happy living in Russia.
They say that they have. They say that they have vetted him, and that they've that his story holds up. And they've checked his bona fides and his ID and all the rest of it. Yeah, the other thing that he said was, we are committing genocide in Ukraine and I can no longer participate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the thing that drove him there. Okay, so
This
we
is,
have a couple
you
more
know.
questions and we'll let everybody go. I just wanted to make sure we got the
So I've got a
plurality.
question from Human F Being. When will Putin admit that he loses the war? Will he ever admit defeat?
Oof. Putin being Putin, I don't know if he ever will. They will desperately try, as they have been doing for quite some time, to try and push the responsibility off on somebody, escape with somebody, which is why I think we're seeing the conflict between Prigozhin, the head of the Wagner Group, and the Russian Ministry of Defense, and then the fighting on that level beneath the president, so that he can blame whoever loses that conflict. And again, many times, this is a tried and tested Russian technique where they let the guys beneath the president or the head of state, the czar, the premier, the fight, and whoever is the victor gets to stay, and whoever is the loser is the one that gets blamed for the we're off the air now, right?
Yes.
For the shit show that has actually happened in the war. So, but Putin himself, and also knowing Putin, he'll do everything he possibly can to avoid taking responsibility. Because the second he has to take responsibility, he will fall from a very high altitude, and he will not survive it. Yeah. So I think it's more likely that he ends up, in exile or dead or in prison. So.
Right. I feel like he's going to try exile first, and then he might toy with the idea of prison's better than dead, and then just go with dead. He's in his decision tree.
If it's up to him, up to him, yeah. His ego won't allow him to admit that he is responsible for this.
Right.
All right. Let's squeeze one more in here from Stargal46. How is Bakhmut managing, and are they still being bombed by Russia?
Still holding out, amazingly. Bakhmut has become this, this thing that both sides are just desperate to win. Now it's not even about the territory, although I argue it never was. But now it has become this thing of like, well, this is the linchpin fight. For now, I think the counteroffensive will not include Bakhmut. I think the counteroffensive will be elsewhere. But currently, right now, despite Prigozhin himself going on a rooftop, what was it, about 5 days ago, and declaring victory, nope, Ukrainians are still there. They're still fighting. I mean, it's the tenacity of the Ukrainians to hold Bakhmut has been incredible, and they are continuing to hold it, and the Russians continue to throw themselves at it and die there. And if that's the way they want to have it, then the Ukrainians are happy to accommodate. But right now, as of this very moment, the last I knew, and I checked earlier in the day, Bakhmut was still in at least contested hands. So
yeah. So I'm we'll be watching this as it comes out, and obviously the spring offensive could happen at any time. Weather seems to be going in that direction there, which makes it more and more likely. And again, the idea
we had a spring. Yeah, we had a series of spring rainstorms over the last couple of days, so that doesn't help. But I think if I were a betting man, I would say the chances are that the very last tail end of April, the beginning of May is a very good chance. Everything is variable because the wars are tricky things, so it could be pushed back. But it's coming. They're getting ready, man.
That's right.
They got all the kit now, and they are ready to go. It's just a matter of where it's going to happen. So
yeah. So by the way, this week, Fu Zong, which is the ambassador to the EU from China, said that the comments about China's relationship with Russia being a no limits relationship, he said that was, quote, nothing but rhetoric. That's the Chinese ambassador to the EU. And that was, by the way, on part of them inviting France. Macron went to China and blah blah blah. And this, Chinois is a long history of Chinese and French, cultural and fashion crossover and that kind of stuff. It's been around for a long time. But Macron's not a dunce, and he knows how to work idiots. That's why he shook Trump's hand so hard and all that shit. So no limit is nothing but rhetoric, he said. And this was quoted and they asked him if just to make sure he meant it, Right. And he was like, nope, that's what it means. Yep. Yeah. I know people are focused on the presidential call. The fact that President Xi is not speaking to Zelensky does not signify that China is on the side of the Russia on the Ukrainian issue. That is just rhetoric. Like the no limits thing is just rhetoric. It's just, dude, with friends like these, luckily I have you guys, true, genuine human beings. I'm glad to know, ladies and gentlemen. Give a big in the chat room. Big thank you to Philip and Johnny for joining us today, and I thank you as well. So applause or emojis, something inappropriate, probably. I don't know, eggplants and water spout. I don't know, something like that. But thanks guys for being with us, and I will see you guys next week. And Phil, I'll see you on Wednesday.
Everyone.
And I'll see you on Wednesday, Hal. Always a pleasure, Johnny. Take care.
Absolutely.
Thanks everybody for listening.
Take care, all.
Bye. Take care.
Bye. Thanks. Okay. Cheers, everybody. Thank you, guys.